a bonfire, and I saw some, like, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs. So I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Tell the world I see with an emoji. Stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. Feedthepig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to mooch off your friends.
You gonna finish that grape?
You mean the one in my mouth?
You don't need to stop buying the necessities.
What you're smelling is a natural musk.
Ew.
You don't need to be a medical test subject.
How do you feel?
Mostly okay. Sometimes, though.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
Break for lunch.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
All right, deal.
Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
When is the best time to talk to your family about staying in touch during a disaster? When floodwaters reach your door? When wildfires are engulfing the edge of your neighborhood? Or an earthquake is destroying buildings? When a tornado is tearing through town? Or a hurricane strikes? Or is the best time perhaps today? During a disaster, you may not be able to stay in touch with your family or friends as easily as you think. And it's not always as simple as using your cell phone. That's why now is the time to take action. Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Of course my kid's in the right car seat. Well, I think he is.
Yeah, my kid's in a booster seat. He was ready to move up. He is ready, right?
Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing. I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You don't usually get a stock tip from a 16-year-old, but I'm here to tell you about a different kind of stock. It's called Better Futures, a stock for social change that's not about making money. Instead, you invest to help students like me go to college. This is beyond a simple donation. It's the opportunity for America to invest in its kids and take an active stake in the future of the country. The return on your investment isn't money. What you get back is knowing you protected our potential. So one day, that potential can grow up to become surgeons and architects, executives and engineers, people who could change the future just by being a part of it. My name is Alicia, and I'm your dividend.
Invest in better futures with UNCF. Visit uncf.org/invest. A mind is a terrible thing to waste, but a wonderful thing to invest in. A public service announcement brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The WNBA signs a $2.2 billion media deal. I wonder why. Tiki Barber says it's nonsense to think that Joe Shane and Brian Dable are in a make or break year. That's pretty funny. And Dabo Swinney takes shots at expanding college football playoffs and much, much more here on a Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Jackson cried to the referee. No, he didn't. We are back for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy, Petey, and our executive producer, Aaron Fishman. We call him Fish. Scoops is on vacation. Remember, you can call us, ladies and gentlemen, at 631-672-3108. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey, every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out all our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Speedy, what's up?
Been dealing with a lot of busyness. We got Wes had called with him yesterday to deal with some of our new sponsorships as well. Looking forward to that. Wes will be coming on tonight for Let's Parlay, chatting a little football with him, and many new sponsors tonight, including one you see in the corner here, Bovada Casino.
Yes, and we will get into that next week. We have so many different ways that you can obviously make money. Oh, I said money. money, whatever. Bovada Casino. So we're going to be doing something with Bovada. We're going to be doing something with Fanatic and StubHub. A lot of different companies we will be working with moving forward. So probably in the next couple of weeks, you're going to see and you're going to hear a lot of it. So I just want to give a shout out to all the sponsors that we're going to be working with moving forward. But yeah, Speedy, it's been hot. It's been interesting. Hopefully the 86-degree weather where it's just steaming hot is going to go away. But the rainstorm happened last night, and it's still steamy outside. It's a little cooler outside with a little bit of a breeze, but I do not like this weather. It's been a killer for me, and I can't wait until the fall. And usually when the fall comes around, it usually means the World Series. It usually means football. It usually means the beginning of the basketball season, hockey season, and all sports, especially college football and college basketball. So excited about that, ladies and gentlemen. But we have a great show lined up for you guys. We only have one guest tonight, and you guys love this guy, and we love him too. He's an NFL superstar. Very happy to get him to join us tonight. I know he's a busy guy. Camp has started for him. We will be talking to Jacksonville Jaguars linebacker Foye Oluokun. He will be joining us. He's been on our show. One of the lead tacklers right now in the NFL. I think he was third or fourth in the
Fourth
league.
last year and the first last two.
Yeah, so Foye will be joining us. I know he's a busy guy. He will be our only guest tonight. We will get into the WNBA signing a $2.2 billion media deal. I wonder why. We will get into that. Tiki Barber says it's nonsense to think that Joe Shane and Brian Dable are in a make or break year. Well, that shows you how much Tiki knows. Dabo Swinney takes shots at expanding the college football playoff. Of course, he has something to say about that, as he said some stuff about other players or players making money, as he thinks that the players shouldn't be making money. He should be making all of it. So thank you to him. Marc Malusis takes shots at Nestor Cortes for his social media activity. Very interesting story. Marc Malusis is a friend of the show. We like Mark. I'm interested to get into that. All-pro tackle Willie Anderson says the movie The Blind Side is the reason he isn't in the Hall of Fame. How does a movie keep you out of the Hall of Fame? That doesn't make any sense. Terrell Owens said that he tried to come back in 2021 with Tom Brady and the Bucks, but Brady ignored him. I wonder why. Russell Westbrook will sign with the Nuggets after he is signed and traded by the Clippers, and then Conor McGregor wants to pursue a bare knuckle fighting after the UFC contract expires. And let's parlay with Wes a little bit later in the show, a little bit around 9:30. Wes will be joining us, so we will have Wes on the show a little bit later. So I do want to get into this story because it is a crazy, crazy, crazy story. And the story we're going to get into first is the WNBA, because it is crazy, because we've been speaking about this for the last couple of weeks. And one of the main reasons why the WNBA just got an 11-year, $2.2 billion media rights deal worth about $200 million per year is because of Caitlin Clark and her stardom. And we've been saying this over and over and over again about what Caitlin Clark brings to the game. This comes as part of the NBA's recent signed media rights deal and is an increase of a $140 million contract from previous deals. The WNBA executive director, Terry Jackson, said that the WNBA is being undervalued at just $2.2 billion. Jackson mentioned that in this new deal, the NBA controls the destiny of the WNBA financially. The previous CBA gave the NBA 60% control of the WNBA. This deal is expected to drastically improve players' salaries. The current highest paid WNBA player is making about $252,000, which with a new deal will be more like a minimum salary. So you look at this deal and you wonder all of a sudden why the WNBA is getting a bigger rights contract, a media rights contract. And one of the main reasons why is Caitlin Clark. The same Caitlin Clark that the United States women's basketball team decided not to put on the roster. And you sit here And I sit here today and I speak highly of Caitlin Clark for her growth in the WNBA and what she brings to the game. Now, I know a lot of people attacked me on social media recently, telling me and saying that I shouldn't be comparing Caitlin Clark to Michael Jordan. I never compared Caitlin Clark to what Michael Jordan was. I compare Caitlin Clark on what she can bring internationally like Michael Jordan did in the 90s. Now, you sit here and you sit back and you wonder, why is there so much hatred for Caitlin Clark? And there are fans out there that absolutely love Caitlin Clark, what she brings to the game, what she is, her determination of her style of game, everything that she brings to the game is unique. She can pass. She's just as good a passer as she is a shooter. Defensively, she's been growing as a WNBA player. Her numbers have gone up week by week because she's starting to feel it. She's starting to figure out the women's speed of the game. And you sit here and you think, Terry Jackson, what is she thinking? What was she thinking when she has reached and she's undervalued the WNBA at $2.2 billion? And I don't know if it's undervalued. I think it's overvalued over the last couple of years, because if you look at what it was making, the media rights deal over the last 5 to 6 years, it's about, I don't know what the numbers are, Speedy. You know the numbers? What are they making? 140 million previous deals? So
yeah, like 220 something.
So they're making how much more? Hundreds and hundreds of $1 million. So you're talking about probably $1.7 billion more than they were making over the last couple of years. So I don't know how undervalued it is. If anything, they're bringing in opportunities for these girls to make more money. And I've brought up the endorsements that these girls are going to be making in the near future because of what Caitlin Clark just got from, her shoe deal and all these different commercials she's on. Subway's involved with it now. You have insurance companies involved with the WNBA now because of Caitlin Clark. So all these girls that have thrown this poor young rookie under the bus, stating that she isn't good for the game. And I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says. People, especially some of these veteran women, have said that Caitlin Clark is not good for this game. I don't know how they could see that or believe that. She has been nothing but a rising star to the girls' basketball and the WNBA. And she's also been a rising star for endorsing the game for what it is. Now, you sit here and you look at the different previous deals, what the NBA was making off this WNBA deals. And now the previous CBA deal, the NBA was making 60% of the control of the WNBA. Now it's a little bit different. And the WNBA is going to start taking over the league and probably the numbers. And the NBA will start to be weaned it out. But because the NBA was so involved with the exclusive promotion of the WNBA, they were getting 60% of the rights. But now that the game is growing, the WNBA is growing, do they need the NBA? Do they need the NBA to grow their product more? I don't think they do. If you're bringing stars like Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, rookies that are going to be the future of this business, you could sit here and believe that now the sport is going to take off for women. We have seen this over and over again. When you look at swimming for the Olympics, Michael Phelps, what he has done for the swimming world and how many gold medals he brought to the table and bringing swimming to another level. And we compare Michael Phelps to Michael Jordan and Muhammad Ali and some of the great athletes that we've seen over the years. Now, when you watch the Olympics, what do you look forward to? Swimming. Gymnasts and gymnastics, obviously Simone and what she's done. And what she's brought to the table, all these gold medals, and what she's done for gymnasts around the country here in the United States, when gymnastics was not a United States game. It wasn't a United States sport. It was a foreign sport in Russia and all the Ukraine and all these different countries. Now it's as big here as it is over there. Why? Because of Simone. Now, you look at Caitlin Clark and what she's bringing to the table. She's bringing in new fans. She's bringing in new opportunities for the sport to grow. So I look at the different kinds of opportunities that this league is going to make in the future. It's great. 11 years, $2.2 billion is a lot of money. Now, is it enough? $2.2 billion to the NFL is nothing. It's nothing. But what the WNBA is taking on and what the WNBA was in the past, this is light years better than it was bringing in when it comes to a media rights deal. Now, that means there'll be more television opportunities for the WNBA to be shown on ESPN, NBC, all these different channels, maybe soon CBS, TNT, all these different channels that are going to want to grow the sport. And this opens up so much opportunity for these women, these WNBA players that are averaging the most right now. I think she's making $252,000.
Right.
They could be breaking $1 million, or maybe $2 million in the very near future, where these WNBA players don't have to go overseas after the season is over to go and play women's basketball and make more money to pay for, obviously to take care of their families and pay their bills. So this is a good deal for the WNBA. Now, 11 years from now, this is going to be nothing. It's going to be nothing. But $2.2 billion is definitely something that you can look at the game and look at the growth of the game and be happy for people like Caitlin Clark to kind of bring a thought that this game is growing, that this game could be something in the very near future, not comparable to the NBA or the NFL or the NHL or the MLB, but comparable enough to women's sports. And that is where the WNBA wants to be. The WNBA wants to be ahead of every single women's sport. You look at the NHL, they're trying to bring in a WNHL. They're trying to bring in a women's NHL game where women have the opportunity to make more money playing on a national stage, in a pro stage when they're done playing international hockey. So it's great for the game. It's great for women. It's great for the way the game is changing. And for the fans, now you're going to see more fans being, I'll say this, there are more men over the last couple of weeks that I've spoken to that are interested in the WNBA and women's college basketball because of Angel Reese, because of Caitlin Clark. And now when you see the opportunities where there could be promotional opportunities to make money and drive more revenue, why wouldn't you promote these girls? Why wouldn't you promote the game and what it's going to be worth in the future? And maybe there'll be a buyer, a rich billionaire that wants to buy the WNBA and take the WNBA to the next level. Why? Because there's stars like Caitlin Clark. There's stars like Angel Reese and other wonderful up-and-coming superstars in college basketball that are going to want to bite or want to bite out of that money. So there's an opportunity for the WNBA to grow. I think it's a great opportunity for the WNBA to take it to that next level and also opens up opportunity for these girls to stay in the United States.
And you were talking about like comparing other women's leagues to the men's leagues, and the WNBA and the NBA, based on that current contract, are the only one that was directly affiliated with each other. There is now a women's hockey league, but it's not directly affiliated with the NHL. I know they've tried it with USA Baseball and USA Softball. They're connected for the Olympics technically, but to the same extent, they're not that same level. And same kind of thing with the college teams. The college teams are their own separate entities with everything. So the WNBA finally took advantage of that for where it's just a 60% stake in that to now having the NBA's new media right deals be a big part in their growth as well. We were talking about it on Tuesday with James Dolan. Like, yeah, it's going to screw over the local broadcasts and stuff like that. And he has every right to believe that. But for the bigger stake for the WNBA, from a national recognition standpoint, it's great for it. And it's great to get these players paid. The fact that the best player, or the highest paid player, is $252,000 says a lot about how poorly it's been run. And now finally they take a splash into an already growing NBA and taking that to the next level, because the NBA is growing internationally too because of, like you said, Michael Jordan.
And here's another thing. The WNBA executive, director Terry Jackson came out and said that they're undervalued with $2.2 billion. How are they undervalued when they were only making about $200 million or $140 million a year? So how are they undervalued? Now, I don't know what this equals to. $2.2 billion for the next 11 years.
It's about 200,000.
It's or 200 million. So they're making about $60 million more. Now, they could be making more money. Now, obviously they're strapped on for 11 years, but $60 million is better than making 140 or maybe even making less because the game isn't growing. It tells you that the game is growing, and it opens up opportunity for endorsements to be out there for these women to not worry about, like I said, going overseas or finding other ways to support their families. Some of these women went to school, went to colleges to become lawyers, to become doctors, to become nurses, because they knew that playing professional basketball wasn't going to bring them wealth. And that's why they have to make sure that they finish their 4-year degrees. I mean, Caitlin Clark finished her 4-year degree. She didn't go right into the WNBA. She finished a 4-year degree because if it doesn't work out, she has a future in whatever she went to school for. Now, again, these women need to protect themselves, their families. I mean, they're going to be mothers. Some of them are already mothers. So there has to be opportunity for the future of their kids and their, eventually their husbands if they're not the breadwinners. Some of these women are the breadwinners of their families, even making $200,000. That's no chump change. Now, obviously, to an average American makes about 50 grand a year, 40 grand a year. These women are still making a little bit over 250,000 or whatever, $200,000. That's double or triple the amount of an average American. But that's still not enough when you're traveling around. You don't spend time with your families. And again, it's the WNBA is a lot shorter than the NBA. So, and that's why these girls have time to go overseas internationally and try to find ways to make money and become a star in a different country where they can start selling products over there instead of products over here, because there's no organization over the last couple of years that want to work with these women because they're not superstars. Caitlin Clark kind of brings that new value to the game. And I think with this new deal, it could open up opportunities to sell more endorsements and maybe bring more money to the game.
Right. And international versus domestic conflict has always been something that is making it tough for a lot of these, both women's sports and some of these sports that aren't as popular in America to strive. And that's why a lot of these Olympic athletes, even in team sports, have to go overseas as well. And like you said, in the WNBA, where they're so poorly paid because they don't have the funding, that kind of thing make it work. A lot of these leagues don't exist in America. And that's why a lot of, obviously, soccer players go overseas. Olympic volleyball players, swimmers have to go overseas, or swim in college. It's hard for them. And this is the first power move we're seeing from one of those types of sports to be able to make that kind of thing work. And you were talking about the influence of comparing Caitlin Clark to Michael Jordan. I forget who said it. There was one that I heard with Caitlin Clark and Tiger Woods, the impact Tiger Woods had on golf too. That kind of thing, popularized the sport of golf, where it was very old school traditional before that kind of thing as well. And I think the women's basketball is getting that same kind of effect now. And you're right, Caitlin Clark is going to have that same kind of a ripple effect. And you're seeing that with the partnership of the NBA. There was a video yesterday with Angel Reese at one of the NBA Summer League games with Jaylen Brown. Those kinds of things are connected. I think Asia Wilson was with Paul George somewhere. I
just think that when you look at the big picture here, even though it's only $60 million, it's $60 million more than that they weren't making last year.
Of course.
And again, with the new CBA and what they're trying to value, what the WNBA is going to be an 11-year span, I think it's going to be worth more. Absolutely. So I do believe Terry Jackson is right about that, but we don't know where this is going to take it to the next level. They're still making more money. They're still bringing in more profit. And now with the opportunity to bring in some other deals and some other endorsements to grow their product makes the game a little bit more interesting for another buyer to buy it, another billionaire to be interested in buying the league and maybe making the league into a full season like the NBA. The NBA plays 82 games. I don't know how many games are in the WNBA season, but it's not 82 games. No. So maybe with the opportunity of bringing superstars like Caitlin Clark in, will look, owners or maybe even a billionaire out there, maybe a Steve Cohen or somebody of that magnitude that has a lot of money and says, listen, if I buy this league and I take this league to the next level with some of the endorsements that we can bring in and maybe some of the growth of some of the superstars here, where we can bring in more revenue and more opportunities for the game to grow internationally even more, where our stars could become even bigger stars around the world. And that's what Michael Jordan did. That's what Michael Jordan brought to the table. Because when Michael Jordan went to Barcelona, basketball was big, but wasn't as big as it became after the Dream Team. Right. When Michael Jordan came back after Team USA demolished everybody that they played by 50 or more points, at one point, I think one of the games, they averaged 70 more points than that respectable team. they were just so dominant. Everybody wanted to see Michael Jordan. Everybody wanted to see Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. When they came back to the United States after winning that gold, it changed everything. And then when the new CBA and some of the new endorsement opportunities were internationally with Michael Jordan and Air Jordan apparel, it changed everything because of the fact the international basketball game opened up avenues for people like Luka Doncic and Dirk Nowitzki to really become the superstars that they became in the future. So I think Caitlin Clark could do that, and I think she's devalued by a lot of these players over the last couple of months because they think that she's not important to the game and that she should take a seat and let the older players, let the veteran players continue doing what they're doing, and that's help develop a game that is still growing. I think a Caitlin Clark and an Angel Reese and obviously an evil villain, and I guess that's what people think Caitlin Clark is. I don't think the fans don't think Caitlin Clark's a villain. I think the players think Caitlin Clark's the villain. And I think Caitlin Clark should look at that villain position and say, you know what? It's good to be a villain. It's good to be looked at as a villain. If I'm going to bring in more endorsements, I'm going to bring in more money and opportunities for this game to grow, then so be it. I'll be the evil one.
And it's also going to matter of expansion coming up as well for the WNBA. That's going to get this money in. We already know that there's going to be a deal for get a team in Toronto and a team in the Bay Area, but there's plenty of other cities that want WNBA teams now as well. We're hearing Philadelphia being a big one that's petitioning for it as well. Probably another one that's going to be in Texas. Another one maybe in Miami. Like these big cities have opportunities to do that. You talk about ownership too. Like I don't know about the rest of the teams, but obviously the Liberty, James Dolan's involved in that. Who says there aren't going to be other NBA owners that want to invest in a WNBA team that comes into a city? You don't think Philly would invest in that kind of thing? A big city like that?
I think a billionaire has to look at the league as a whole.
Right.
Because how much is a WNBA team? A couple of $1 million? I mean, it's not like an NBA team or you're selling them for billions. Right. A WNBA team is not going to be too expensive. I'm sure that if you have over 150, 200 million, you could probably buy a WNBA team. So I'm looking at the league and having a billionaire come in where they're looking at it like a Bezos, come in and say, you know what, this is something good to invest in. This is a product that could really grow because of the young superstars that they have in the game now. And now the older players like the Diana Taurasi's and all the Candace Parkers are retiring now. Now you're bringing in a new regime, a new style of game to the WNBA, which everybody likes. Ask Steph Curry, ask all the fans out there. You could say whatever you want about Caitlin Clark. She's just a shooter. Well, she's more than just a shooter. Just like Steph Curry, even though I've looked at him for years as just a shooter, he does more than just shooting. He brings a different value to the game. And now you have a Steph Curry-like superstar like Caitlin Clark that brings a different value to the game. And now the media is looking at that and saying, you know what? We have an opportunity now to take this game to the next level. Now, if it does move forward the way it has done this year with the jersey deals and all the different opportunities to sell out stadiums because of girls like Caitlin Clark, well, then if you're a billionaire, if you're an organization that's looking to buy something that is an investment to take it and make it grow where it could turn into $1 billion industry in the future, well, then it's more worth it to sit back and wait for opportunities with endorsements and other superstars to come into the league and help Caitlin Clark take it to the next level.
Yeah, they're going to need more of those types of players and more of those types of teams to make it work. And that's why I think the expansion idea is going to end up being a bigger thing, because right now having only 12 teams makes it very hard to.
There's going to be a lot more teams.
There's going to be plenty more. Yeah. And you have to probably get to at least 20 to start. I think there's going to be enough cities that are going to want that, enough locations.
And just look at it this way: $2 billion for 12 teams. Okay. Now, if it was $2 billion or $2.2 billion for 20 teams, that's not a lot of money. But for 12, how many teams are there? 12?
12.
There's 12 teams for an average of $2.2 billion for 11 years. That gives these girls a little bit more money, a little more change in their pocket where, again, they don't have to go and play international basketball anymore. They can sit home after the season, spend time with their families, and get ready for the next season. So I think this is a good move for the WNBA. And obviously, I think the television deal is definitely something that can change endorsements for the future for these girls. And like I said, Caitlin Clark has helped that, take it to the next level. So this is a good move for the WNBA. I'm excited. And again, everybody's trying to find something to talk about because it's a dead spot when it comes to sports. Right now, you have the All-Star break after the All-Star game the other day. And I think the first baseball game is on Saturday or Sunday.
Tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
It's that quick? Oh, well, tomorrow's Friday. So it's been almost a whole week of no baseball. So baseball's around the corner. You have football around the corner in September. So this is what we call the dead spot of sports. And college sports is about to start in the next couple of weeks too. So, you're trying to find something to talk about. This is a story that is definitely a story that the WNBA is now going to be center stage for sports. And I think this is good, even now, talking about the WNBA because of Caitlin Clark and because of the Olympics. This is a really big story. Tiki Barber said on WFAN that the narrative of Brian Dable and Joe Shane being a make-or-break year is nonsense. Tiki added that the Giants fans should feel comfortable with their current leadership structure and direction of the organization. WFAN's host, Sean Moresh, agreed with Tiki on Shane and Dable, but still has questions with John Mara getting involved in the football operations. Episode 3 of Hard Knocks showed that there was a disconnect between Mara and Shane when it came to Saquon Barkley. Mara called Saquon the Giants' most popular player and was distraught that the Eagles were the team that signed him. Hard Knocks episode 3 revealed that the Giants never offered Saquon a contract this offseason. And Joe Shane said, "We're out," when he saw the Eagles deal. Tiki previously called Saquon a dead-to-me type of player after signing with the Eagles. All right, there's a lot of layers to this. Tiki Barber obviously wants to drive this in to everybody's hearts, or at least the Giant fans' hearts. First, Tiki Barber saying this isn't a make-or-break year for Joe Shane and Brian Dable is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And John Mara is not going to sit still for a 5-win season or a 6-win season. He is not going to sit still. This is an organization that's won 4 championships, 4 Super Bowls in the last 35 years. They're not going to sit still and say, hey, you know what? Our last championship was 2011, 2010, 2011. We're not the Jets. We're not the Detroit Lions. We're not any of these organizations. We still have an opportunity in the next couple of years to win one. When this is an organization is what have you done for me lately type of organization. And Joe Shane, what has he done in the draft? If you look at his draft last year and what he has done with Thibodeau's become a fairly decent player. But if you look at his numbers against the elite offensive lines in football, they're not good, okay? Let's be honest. They're not good. And now Evan Neal. Evan Neal, we don't know what position he's going to play this year. Is he a guard? Is he a tackle? They're saying he's a right tackle. If they put him at the right tackle position, expect him to play guard or even be taken out early this season. This guy has been a failure of a player since he's come from Alabama, since he's been a top 10 pick. Now, if you look at Joe Shane's draft this year, he drafted a very good young prospect like the LSU wide receiver. I always mess up his name. Malik Neighbors. I think Malik Neighbors is a guy that could become a superstar in the league. I look at Justin Jefferson, who came from LSU. He became a superstar. Jamar Chase. LSU has always found these wide receivers and have become superstars. Odell Beckham, another guy that the Giants know very much about. Another LSU prospect player that came from that university and was very successful here before his hamstring and knee problems. I look at the Giants right now, and I do believe this is a make or break year. And if you don't believe John Mara and Joe Shane's disconnect is a problem, well, guys, you're blind. Joe Shane did not want to bring back Saquon Barkley. It wasn't the organization. The players were shocked that they didn't bring a guy like Saquon Barkley back, who's been their best offensive option. He's been really Daniel Jones' number 1 option. So you sit here and you wonder where this organization is heading. Well, when you have a dictator like Mr. Brian Dable, who can't keep his coaches happy, can't keep his players happy, where there was a bunch of players at the end of the season that we never even heard of those players and what disgruntled players were speaking after the season because it was kept in the locker room, which is interesting. It's not Jet-like because when usually there's a disgruntled player from the New York Jets, everybody or all those players are pretty much ratted out usually before the season's end. Well, the Giants have kept it inside the locker room, but there was a numerous amount of players that didn't like what Dable did last year. The coaching of this team from the first year was absolutely depleted, and the talent is depleted from this team. Now, you look at the wide receiving position, and we just mentioned Malik Neighbors. They brought in a guy like Robinson. Robinson is a washed-up player. He is not the same player he was when he played for Chicago or Jackson. What was it, Jacksonville? I'm sorry. Was it Jacksonville that Robinson played for? No, it wasn't Jacksonville.
It was the Rams, and then it was Jacksonville before that.
So when he was in his prime, when he was on Jacksonville, that was when Robinson was a top player at his position. And then even when he was on Chicago, the first year of Chicago, he played very, very well. He's not the same player. So what the Giants did this offseason was nothing to help Daniel Jones besides bringing in Malik Neighbors. And they hurt Daniel Jones because if you look at Daniel Jones's numbers and his record without Saquon Barkley, they're below 500. So you look at going into the season, you're betting on a running back who has been a journeyman. And I don't care what anybody says, he's been a journeyman, playing for the Buffalo Bills, playing for the Texans. I don't know if you're going to trust in a guy like that, who, by the way, is also injury prone.
And undersized.
And then you bring in, or you draft, you bring in Moss, who I think Moss could be a player. I think he could be a player that you could use in certain parts of your offense, but he is not a number one, and I don't think he's even a full number two.
And they drafted a running back in the 5th round in Tyrone Tracy, but he's mostly a special teams guy.
Yeah, so you don't really have a number one guy. You don't have a guy that could be like a Saquon Barkley-esque type of player that can catch the ball in the backfield, run the ball, and do all those things that can throw teams off, and you don't know what to expect in the backfield. So knowing that they're weak in certain positions offensively, that would look, if you look at schemes, the way Dable likes to line people up and teams try to figure out what they're going to be running, it's going to be a lot easier to read the Giants going into the season than it was last year with Saquon Barkley, because Saquon can catch the ball and he can run the ball in many different ways. Now, the fact right now, and I didn't watch week 3 of Hard Knocks. I did not see that yet. I will watch episode 3 sometime this week or this weekend, and I'll get a chance to see how this connection of Mara and Shane is working, and maybe I'll see it a different way. I don't know. But you can see there's a disconnect. You could see it. And I think it's not Dable and Shane. I think it's Mara and Shane. And usually when there's a disconnect with the owner and the GM, it usually means it's not going to be long for the owner to say, okay, we need to bring somebody else in. And then if he brings somebody else in, that GM is going to bring in his own coach. So I believe that this is absolutely or make or break year. And I do believe that Mara wanted to sign Saquon Barkley. He wanted to find some kind of negotiation with Saquon Barkley because he's not happy with him going to the Eagles and seeing him play for the Eagles for the next couple of years and have to see him week after week dominate in the same division. So I know that John Mara is not happy, and I know Steve Tisch is not happy about that either, that your best offensive option over the last couple of years is playing for a team that your fans and your organization absolutely hates.
Right. And you also look at the influence of owners in teams recently, that once they've stepped away from the football end of it, we've seen the teams get a lot better from that. There was a big issue with the Buffalo Bills when they changed ownerships with the Pagula family, and the Bills were mediocre for a while. I joke about the Chargers being the most average, least clutch team in football. I'll call the Bills the most average. Same thing with the Rams. The Rams didn't make the playoffs for 12 years. All of a sudden, Stan Kroenke is more involved with the soccer team, and the Rams are doing a lot better now. They win a Super Bowl, and they're a consistent playoff team. The Giants are starting to get into that mold now, and I think John Mara is getting too much in the way with a lot of different things. He was the biggest reason Daniel Jones got his contract, $40 million a year, and now he's trying to say, all right, Saquon's going to be there, but Shane's not going to be there. But Joe Shane, on the other hand, is also to blame because if you didn't want Saquon in the beginning, why are you not going for a better plan B than that? I don't think the Giants ever addressed that kind of thing whatsoever. Saquon in 2022 had a lot of value because he was healthy that entire year. He played like probably after McCaffrey, the second best running back in football that year. And you needed a wide receiver. Yeah, you got Malik Neighbors now, but they could have had something else. They could have had something else with that. How many receivers were available in trade rumors all of the last 2 off seasons, and you couldn't do anything? Same thing with Darren Waller. They mishandled that. If you knew he was going to retire, cut him in March, and you could do something with that money.
The Giants have mishandled a lot of contracts and a lot of different players that were here where they had the opportunity. Look at the Eli Manning situation with Ben McAdoo. Yep. I mean, the whole Geno Smith thing. Now, if that never happened and Ben McAdoo was not brought in as the head coach, and it was Tom Coughlin, and they gave Tom Coughlin all those defensive players that he was asking for after that year, his final year. Right. Maybe Tom Coughlin was there for another 5 years. Maybe the Giants have a chance to win maybe 1 or 2 more Super Bowls and then maybe Odell Beckham stays there. Maybe they decide to keep Odell Beckham. So there was a lot of questions to what John Mara did, and now decided to go with Joe Shane because he's a Buffalo Bills guy and that he was successful over the last couple of years and as an assistant GM over there in Buffalo. That this team so far has been unsuccessful. They have not drafted very well, and I don't care what anybody says, they have not. And their free agency market, has it been really that good? No, they've lost players in free agency that they should have never lost, and they brought in players that they shouldn't have brought in. Now, again, the Daniel Jones contract has hurt them. It absolutely has. And the only reason why it's hurt them because Daniel Jones can't stay healthy, maybe because of the offensive line help that they brought in over the last couple of years, the shoulders or whatever, the shoulder or any of these other guys that they've brought in through free agency from Patriots or the Raiders or whoever they've brought in over the last couple of years that have failed to succeed with the New York Giants organization. And that has to do with the GMs. That has something to do with coaching. And the ownership over there of Steve Tisch and John Mara is sitting there. And if I was Steve Tisch and I was John Mara and I'm wondering where my team is heading as an organization, it's not heading in a very good position because you see all these other teams getting better. If you look at the Cowboys, say whatever you want about Jerry Jones and what he has done to that organization. This is a Cowboy team over the last couple of years that have won 10 or more games every single season. And then you look at the Eagles, some of the acquisitions they've made, and another team and another organization that have jumped from coach and GMs over, well, not GMs, but coaches over the last couple of years. And I don't know if they found the right one, but a guy that's been a little bit more successful than the others since Andy Reid. And they have been consistent in the playoffs. And then there's the Commanders. You bring in Dan Quinn. You bring in a good offensive coordinator. You draft a young quarterback. We'll see how this works out. Maybe they're heading in the right direction. The only team right now, when you sit still and you wonder where they're going and where they're heading, is the Giants, because this is a team that's still unsure who their starting quarterback is. They had a superstar running back who all they had to do was give a little bit more than the Eagles did. And what did the Eagles give them? $35 million? The same amount of money that the Giants offered him last year. The Giants could have offered him maybe $2 or $3 million more this year and could have landed Saquon Barkley. So they could have had Malik Neighbors and Saquon Barkley going into the season, 2 offensive weapons that can be explosive and open up the field for Daniel Jones to really develop into the star that maybe Gettleman or maybe even John Mara thought he was going to be when they drafted him.
And it's a team that's kind of stuck in trying to find an identity, like we were talking about last week with Michael Lombardi's comments. Like, I think Joe Shane has drafted some good players, but he hasn't drafted them well at key positions. And I think that's hurt the growth because we've seen teams be able to flourish with, as long as you have the key positions intact, receivers and corners, pass rushers and a quarterback and offensive line, like you could be able to strive. Like, the Rams are a good example of that. The Rams patched together linebackers, patched together safeties, patched together a bunch of other things, and they won a Super Bowl. Like, I'm not saying you should do the Rams model and overpay for everybody all the time and trade all the draft picks like they did, but it's a better model of success when you're doing that.
The Jets did it too.
Right. The Giants have done well when it comes to drafting linebackers and safeties in recent years and some interior guys. But like you said, Evan Neal's been a big bust right now. Thibodeau's been very inconsistent. He's good. He's productive, but he's inconsistent. And that kind of thing has to change for a guy you drafted 5th overall. And the receivers forget about it. All they do is draft undersized guys and sign all these slot guys. And they're expecting it to work just based on how Brian Dable's scheme worked in year 1, which I'll give him credit for. I mean, he had a lot of motion, was very creative with it. And as an in-game coach, he's good, but like he still has a lot to prove as well now, trying to get these guys on the same page with all this new coaching staff with the new defensive coordinator.
I would have thought that the Giants probably would have went after Gabe Davis in the offseason. Gabe Davis knows the offense. He knows Dable. He understands how to run that offense, and it will help Daniel Jones develop into the player because, hey, when Gabe Davis was in and he was the number 1 guy when there was injuries or the number 2 guy, he was explosive. He had a great playoff run 3 years ago with Buffalo when Dabo was there, when he had that 4-touchdown game or 3-touchdown game. So you need to bring in guys that can teach this offense. For some reason, guys aren't getting it. If you look at the way they run this offense, and Dable's offense is not easy to learn. No. We all know that he's a very distinct type of coach in the way he likes to run his offense. So I watched him. I watched him in Hard Knocks in part 2 when he was sitting with the quarterbacks and giving them plays and reading off plays and explaining what the plays are. They're not easy plays. They're not easy to figure things out. And you saw that some of these players, even Caleb Williams, couldn't understand the lingo. So I'm interested to see how this is going to work this year. And the New York Giants, again, with the offensive talent that they have there, which is none, and that's just being honest. Now, Malik Neighbors could turn into Justin Jefferson. And if he does become Justin Jefferson, he could change that whole offense because look what Justin Jefferson does for that Vikings team. Now, they do have Hawkinson. TJ Hawkinson is a tight end wide receiver. But besides Hawkinson, and now they did add a running back in Jones this offseason, but last year they didn't have a running back. And Justin Jefferson, besides being hurt when he was in the lineup, you can run the offense through him over and over and over again because he's going to get you 100 yards. He's going to get you 120 yards, 190 yards in his final game of the season if you watched wide receiver. So against the Lions. So he could put up those numbers. If Malik Neighbors could be a Justin Jefferson-esque type of player, it can open up the field for guys like Slayton and this kid Robinson, Wale Robinson, or somebody like that.
Who they're probably going to have to keep because he's the only one that's young enough on a rookie contract. But again, he's probably a gadget player at best.
And that's the problem. The Giants have nothing but gadget players and slot players, like you said, where how does this benefit the Giants going into a season where their division is clustered with defenses, good defenses? Washington is a good defense. They lost some pieces in the offseason, in the regular season and the offseason, but they're still fairly a good defense. And Dan Quinn is a great defensive coordinator. And then you have the Cowboys that were one of the best defenses in the league, except in the last 6-7 games of the season. And then the Eagles are one of the best defenses in the league. So you're sitting here and you're wondering, where are the Giants when it comes to this? And now they don't have Wink Martindale. I know they have a new defensive coordinator coming from the Tennessee Titans. Maybe it works. Maybe it doesn't. Bowen. Who knows if it's going to work? You're still wondering what this team is going to put on paper when the season starts. And that, if you're a Giant fan, you have to worry about. You have to worry about your team. You know, when you're going into the Green Bay Packers, OTAs and preseason, you know what they have. You know what they're going to be running with. You know their offensive talent. You know their quarterback. You don't even know if Daniel Jones is going to be their quarterback this year. Hence the reason why they brought in
Drew Lock,
a second-tier quarterback. They should have kept Tyrod Taylor. Why they let Tyrod Taylor go to the Jets made no sense whatsoever. You had one of the best backup quarterbacks in all of the NFL go to the team right in the same stadium as you, who has been looking for a backup quarterback in case Aaron Rodgers goes down. None of it makes sense. I'm telling you guys, none of it makes sense. And if you're a Giant fan right now and watching Hard Knocks, you cannot be excited going into this season because you know your GM is still trying to figure things out or still hasn't figured things out. You look at the coaching staff. Does he have his team's ear, or does or does he have 1 foot out of that locker room? I have that foot out of that team and that organization, because we thought that Josh McDaniels had at least another year left before he got fired. And he started the season as bad as he did. Antonio Pierce took over, and look, they were a borderline playoff team because of Antonio Pierce. So maybe this team has lost maybe Dable has lost the locker room, maybe lost from some of these players and these veteran players, and maybe they have to look elsewhere. I don't know, but Joe Schoen needs to figure that out, and he needs to figure this out a lot sooner than he is, because if he doesn't, he's going to be losing. He's going to be looking for a new job, or he's going to go back to Buffalo, and so is Dable. He's going to be looking for an offensive coordinator job a lot sooner than later, when everybody thought that Dable was going to be there for at least 6 to 7 years because of what he did in his first season and some of the development growth of Daniel Jones in his first season because of Saquon Barkley.
Right. And again, that just shows how bad it was for the Giants, even at the beginning of the season too. Like the Raiders, of all the toxicity with Josh McDaniels, were still 3-4 at the beginning of the year when he got fired. And the Giants were 2-5. So even with, all right, maybe the Raiders have a little more talent than the Giants, but not by much. Like it's not an overly talented team either. And they were still that bad amidst all that. Shows that there is definitely a disconnect. And there's so much that they have to figure out when it comes to not only the contracts, but also when it comes to these players trying to get these relationships going.
If you're a Giant fan, let's bring Fish in. He's a Giant fan. I know he has his own opinion to Joe Schoen and what he saw or what he's watching right now on Hard Knocks. I did not watch week 3, episode 3 of the Giants on Hard Knocks. I'm sure Fish has. I'm Speedy. I'm sure you've checked out some of the different clips of the show. I will get a chance to watch it this weekend, but it doesn't, so far, what I have seen in the first 2 episodes, it doesn't look good for Joe Schoen. I don't even know if Joe Schoen knows what he's doing. So there's a lot of problems right now in Giantsville.
So I watched it, and I have some positives and negatives when you take away from it. It doesn't, I'm going to start with the negative because we've been going that way with this conversation. It's real easy to be negative about the Giants, you know?
I mean, is it not negative right now? Have you not seen it to be negative when your own owner doesn't believe in now your GM after the whole Saquon Barkley situation?
Well, I don't trust John Mara as far as I could throw him at this point. I don't think he's a very good evaluator of Has he been responsible for 4 Super Bowls?
The last two that they've won, he was.
So I really like the fact that Coughlin was put in place by Ernie, like all those guys were Ernie Accorsi holdovers from 2004, the Eli draft. That was really the guy who built that up. And then Jerry Reese takes over, and Jerry Reese gets the credit. They let Coughlin go, and it's been a complete dumpster fire ever since, because Mara thought that Coughlin was the problem as opposed to Jerry Reese and the horrible scouting and everything that had gone on throughout the years. And that's why we've had such mediocre drafts at best. Gettleman had a couple of decent shots in there, but some real big misses. His last draft is one of the worst drafts in Giants history. And then Shane's had up and down drafts too. Now, Shane, they show in this episode of Hard Knocks that Shane was targeting these 2 linemen, and the Jets both wanted Runyon and Illuminor, and he outbids them both for those guys, but they come back and get outbid on Tyrod Taylor. It's kind of funny how that went. It's a pretty good segment, the 3 of those 3 moves. But you watch it and you're like, is this really how they make decisions? It looks like a bunch of friends in a fantasy football draft, kind of just hanging out, deciding who's doing what. It doesn't look professional enough, in my opinion. I kind of worry about it on that front. Now, Dable does not like the camera in this. He's like hiding from the camera. He's not on it a lot. But when you think about how it went last year, I'm not as down on the Giants as everyone else. I don't think Daniel Jones, we agree that Daniel Jones is better than, that he's been given credit for. A lot better. And I think the first game when Andrew Thomas got hurt and then wasn't himself the rest of the season, it was a death knell for the team. He was the only guy with experience. I think Schmitz is going to be good, but he was a rookie. They didn't have the horses to make up for it. And you're seeing what happens. Now, I coach high school, and when we have a bad offensive line, I can get away with it. I can roll the quarterback out. I can have him cut. I can have him do sprint outs every play and cut the field in half. In college, you can get away with it with a real athletic quarterback. We've all seen it. Guys like Johnny Manziel just torching people with his legs. It doesn't make sense, and that doesn't translate into the NFL. Well, they can't do it with crap offensive linemen. They had nobody last year. So the priority was the offensive line. Now, did they pick the right guys? We'll see. But the one thing I took away from it is they're not putting Evan Neal's name out there at all, Errol. It's like he's not on the team.
Well, that says a lot about Joe Shane, because Joe Shane was the one that drafted him. Now, if Evan Neal is a failure and he's out of the NFL in 2-3 years, what does that look for Joe Shane? That was Joe Shane's top 10 pick. He had a chance to bring in Cross. Look what Cross is over there in Seattle. He's one of the best offensive linemen in football. He's completely restructured that one of the worst offensive lines in football. If you remember Russell Wilson complaining, we have no left tackle. We have no left tackle. How am I supposed to survive behind this line? And now you have a guy like Cross. And then, by the way, in the 3rd or 4th round, you bring in another offensive lineman who's a borderline Pro Bowl player too. It says a lot about what Seattle does and how they evaluate players and talent to what the Giants and Joe Shane has done over the last couple of years. And you look at Thibodeau, and I don't care what anybody says, Thibodeau is going to be evaluated by what he does against good offensive lines, okay? Go look at his numbers against the good offensive lines, the elite offensive lines in football. They're not good. They're not. I don't care how many sacks he had last year. And everybody says you go and you play whoever is on your schedule. That's fine. You're going to get 3.5 sacks against one of the worst offensive lines in football. When they played the Jets, what was it, a year ago? And he had 3 sacks in that game. I remember it. And everybody was like, oh, look at Thibodeau.
Yeah, the game we were supposed to go to with Brandon Jacobs.
That was another thing. But that offensive line was depleted. That offensive line lost like 4 or 5 starters on the line. So, of course, Thibodeau was going to have 3.5 sacks in that game, because there's no way they were protecting Zach Wilson in that game or any of those guys that were playing, because there was 4 or 5 quarterbacks that season. So, again, you look at what the success of these guys. And to me, you can only evaluate Joe Shane of what he's drafted, because these free agents, you're still waiting for these guys to figure things out and figure out Dabo's offense. But we might not get a chance to see that, because Dabo could be out just as fast as, Josh McDaniels was. I mean, Josh McDaniels was there for 2 years in Raiderville. And as soon as Adams was speaking, and you saw him on wide receiver, I don't know if anybody checked out Netflix Wide Receivers. It's a great documentary. I'm telling you, I'm not done yet. I'm almost done. I think I'm on the 7th episode. I think I have 2 or 3 more episodes to go. It's great because you get to watch St. Brown. You get a chance to see Debo Samuel, George Kittle, Justin Jefferson, and you get to see Davante Adams. All these guys, they follow the cameras around. You get to meet their families and what they do off the field and on the field, and their personalities on what they think of their team in that particular time or that particular season. Davante Adams, you could see, is not happy with the Raiders. You could see it. He's not happy there. And he was practically the one that pushed out Josh McDaniels, because they went to Davante Adams after that final game and they asked him, they said, where do you see this team? And he's like, we need to make a change. And they made the change. They went to Antonio Pierce. And also Antonio Pierce, after the fact, when he took over as the interim head coach, Antonio Pierce went to Davante Adams and said, who do you want to be your starting quarterback? Should we bring in O'Connell as the rookie quarter? Should we bring in the rookie? Would you be okay with that? And he said, absolutely, go with that. He's the one that got Jimmy out of that position. Jimmy Garoppolo, who was 100% healthy at that point, he said that go look elsewhere at the quarterback position. So it was the reason why O'Connell got the start when Antonio Pierce took over the coaching job was because of Davante Adams. And because of that change, they were a borderline playoff team. Antonio Pierce deserves that job. So sometimes you make the right move early in the season or in the middle of the season that can give you that boost and maybe help your team move forward that particular season with 5, 6, 7 games left. I do believe that if Dabo goes 1-4 or 1-5 early this season, he's going to be, his foot is going to be one out the door. I could see the Giants firing him in week 6 or 7 and bringing an interim head coach to take over for this team and this organization.
Oh, great. Mike Kafka for head coach, Fish.
I don't think it would be him. I think they would let, what's his face, the secondary coach do it, Henderson, because he's been there the longest. But regardless, I'm not as down on Dable. I still remember what he did the year before with the crap roster. If they give this guy an offensive line, he has a really
they still had Saquon Barkley on that crap roster.
True.
They don't have that anymore.
You're not wrong, but Saquon Barkley was never a great pass protector, and I'm really curious to see what he does with all this speed. You've got Hyatt, I was looking at some of the tape and looking at what people were breaking down, that Hyatt was open a lot last year, and they just couldn't get it to him. If we can protect, and I'm saying we as a huge Giants homer, but if the Giants, I did play offensive line, but I would not be confused with a starting NFL or even backup NFL lineman anymore. I'll tell you this. If there's a lot of things that are interesting about that offense in a way that McDaniel's offense is interesting in Miami. If he's allowed to do things that's as creative as he's capable of, Dable, I'm very high on what they can do. I think Wan'Dale Robinson is a big sleeper this year. I know you say he's a gadget player. The gadget players don't run routes as good as he does. So I'm really interesting to see what he does.
I call him Wale.
I know you call him Wale. Musical
I call him Wale.
that way.
He looks like Wale. He looks like the rapper Wale. So it's the truth. He looks like, who Wale is?
I'm aware of Wale. I'll say this. The guy that he looks like him a little bit. The guy that I definitely am higher on than you, though, is Kayvon Thibodeau. Now, you're right. He got his sacks against crap offensive linemen, but that's what you're supposed to do. So at least he's doing that, right? I appreciate that he can beat lesser talent. So that's the first step in becoming good. I was just looking at Michael Strahan's career stats, and the first 4 years of his career, he doesn't have as many sacks as Thibodeau has in 2. So Thibodeau has some skills, and it takes a while sometimes for these pass rushers to really develop the full repertoire because they didn't need it to beat the guys in college. So I'm curious to see what he does, especially now with Burns on the other side, working with another guy at or above his level. I think it could be a really good duo. And then you have Ojulari somehow still on the roster for maybe he'll be active for a couple of games this year as a theoretical third down pass rush guy, which would be better for him to stay healthy in that Bryce Huff type role, which it seems like he'd be. I like that with Dexter in the middle. I think it's a really good grouping, and I think they're going to be able to get some pressure on quarterbacks and maybe not give such crap field position to Daniel Jones this year. And maybe the Giants will be halfway decent, and all of this is moot. That's my hope.
All-pro offensive tackle Willie Anderson told Kay Adams that he blames the movie The Blind Side for the reason that he hasn't been a Pro Bowl Hall of Famer yet. Anderson believes that The Blind Side created more bias in favor of the left tackle against the right tackle position. Anderson mentioned that Penei Sewell as a perfect example of the value of the right tackle to a team's offensive line. He added that because of pass rushers are more versatile now, that there shouldn't be a huge bias towards where your lineup on the offensive line is. Sewell is the highest paid tackle in the league, making $28 million per year. Anderson has been on the Hall of Fame ballot for 3 years, meaning he still has 17 more years left of eligibility as a modern era finalist. Willie Anderson was a very good right tackle. Probably one of the better right tackles in this era. He really was. I remember Willie Anderson all those years playing for many decent teams, many good teams. And he was in a Super Bowl a couple of times too. The problem right now with the offensive line and really being compared to the left tackle position is the left tackle position is one of the highest paid positions in football. And if you compare the top 4 positions right now, when it comes to money, it would go quarterback, left tackle, wide receiver, corner. Those are the 4. And it goes in that order. So left tackle, and when you talk about the blind side and you look at that position, is probably the second most important position behind the quarterback. And you know this, Fish. The offensive line really leans to that left tackle position because you're protecting the blind side of the quarterback. Now, that doesn't mean the right tackle position isn't important. You can ask Penei Sewell. It obviously is with the Lions. The Lions believe that he is as important as the left tackle over there with the Lions. But the only reason why Penei Sewell is as important as the left tackle is because Penei Sewell doesn't give up a sack. Penei Sewell, you can put Penei Sewell as a guard. You could put Penei Sewell as a left tackle if you really want him to. Willie Anderson was strictly a right tackle. That's what he was. He barely, I don't even think he ever played left tackle.
He didn't need to because they had Andrew Whitworth all those years.
It doesn't matter, but he never played left tackle. And so he is going to be compared to all those left tackles that were dominant in the league. How many good right tackles were in the league at the time that he was as dominant as he was? Not many. So he's going to say, well, I was the best right tackle in the league at the time, so I should be looked at as the left tackles. Well, did that work when it came to your pockets? No. You didn't make as much as the left tackle did. You didn't make as much as Whitworth is making, or what he was making at the time that you were at the right tackle position. No. So obviously you're devalued. There's no question you're devalued, but it had nothing to do with the movie The Blind Side. As a matter of fact, that Michael Orr movie was completely false. We've been working on trying to get the guy that played Michael Orr in the movie for the last couple of years. He was actually going to come on the show a couple of times, but actually canceled at the last minute with us. And Michael Orr came out and said that it was a bunch of crap. As a matter of fact, he took shots at his real family that took him and adopted him the way they did. Because they took that movie turned his family into saints when he believes they weren't saints to him. Now, again, I watched The Blind Side 1,000,000 times, and it's a great movie. It really is. It's a good movie. And everybody knows who the lead woman was in the movie. I love her. There's no question she's as sexy as she was then as she is now. There's no question. And it definitely drew me to watch the movie. It did. Because I loved her in Speed, and I loved her in that movie. I love her in every single movie. It had nothing to do with the storyline. It had nothing to do with the football story behind it. It had nothing to do with Nick Saban being a part of that movie, okay? And all the coaches that were a part of that movie. It had something to do with just finding a drama movie and not a love story, but a story that brings families together, brings a family together to sit down and watch a movie that was false. It wasn't true. So for him to come out and say, Willie Anderson to come out and throw The Blind Side under the bus, saying that it ruined his opportunity to be a Hall of Famer is just completely bogus. It's not a true story. I do believe Willie Anderson has a reason to be angry. I would be angry if I was Willie Anderson. I was as good as most left tackles were in the league, but I wasn't considered a top tackle because I played the right side, not the left side. Now it's different. The game is completely different. Now it's valued. The right tackle position is valued, not as much as the left tackle, but it is valued. Now, as you can see, Sewell making $28 million per year. It is value now. So maybe right tackles now will be looked at, and maybe Willie Anderson, will be looked at in the very near future as a Hall of Fame type of player. But in the time that he was as dominant as he was at his position, it wasn't valued. And that's why he's not in the Hall of Fame.
And it shouldn't really necessarily matter because the Hall of Fame is based on the best of the best in all aspects of football. And that's why we've bashed them for not letting Devin Hester in as early as he did. Some of these kickers that don't get in, like being that position specific is never a good thing when it comes to that. And I think he has a point with that. And like, he shouldn't be devalued because he played alongside. Before it was Whitworth, Levi Jones was a pretty good left tackle, not a Hall of Famer, but a good left tackle. And Whitworth should be a Hall of Famer who he played with for most of his career. So that shouldn't be devalued. Are we going to keep Lane Johnson out of the Hall of Fame because Lane Johnson played with Jason Peters for the first 9 years of his career? Like, Jason Peters is a first ballot Hall of Famer left tackle. So Lane Johnson had to play right tackle. We shouldn't devalue him for that same kind of thing. And same kind of thing with Penei Sewell. Penei Sewell played right tackle because they transitioned him in a lot easier in it because Taylor Decker was already a solid left tackle. Like, those guys should not be downgraded for that. Penei Sewell is now making $28 million a year, more than any left tackle is making.
Look at the way the Hall of Fame treated Joe Klecko. Look at the way how long it took Joe Klecko to get into the Hall of Fame. It was when Darrelle Revis was inducted into the Hall of Fame that they were on the same ballot. Joe Klecko should have been a Hall of Famer years ago. How many people have we had on this show, people that were voting Hall of Famers into, different sports that are big football fans that came on our show and said, it's unbelievable how Joe Klecko is not in the Hall of Fame. But now he is. So maybe that opens up doors for other people that are still not in the Hall of Fame. The fact is, Willie, how long has it been that Willie Anderson's been retired? How long has it been?
So it's 5 years after the first year.
So how long has he been
retired? That would have been
retired?
2016, 15, I think.
All right, so 2015. So he's been out of football for 7 or 8 years.
He retired in 2008.
Okay, so it's 2008. So he's been retired for over 13, 14
15,
years. Okay. Yeah, so my opinion to that is that if he, in the next 6 years, is not inducted into the Hall of Fame, then he could start complaining. Because, again, there are a lot of players that don't get inducted right away. Now, unless you're a first-tier Hall of Fame, like Tom Brady is a first-tier, first-ballot Hall of Famer. There's no doubt. Peyton Manning, first-ballot Hall of Famer. Terrell Owens should have been a first-ballot Hall of Famer because if you look at his numbers, he was probably considered the second or third greatest wide receiver ever to play the game. Brandon Marshall, he has an argument on why he should be in the Hall of Fame. How long is it going to take Brandon Marshall? Is Brandon Marshall ever going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame? He's got the numbers to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. How many running backs should be inducted into the Hall of Fame that are still not inducted into the Hall of Fame? You have to be considered the greatest at your position or one of the top 5 greatest at your position. If you're not playing the left tackle position, if you're not playing a wide receiver position or quarterback position or running back position, there's a lot of running backs in the Hall of Fame now. I think that I don't know the number, but there's got to be about 10 in the Hall of Fame now that are running backs. So you look at tackles, right tackles. How many right tackles are in the Hall of Fame? Honestly, I would probably predict maybe 4. Maybe 4 of them. At best, 4. Maybe even less. There's not many right tackles in the Hall of Fame. How many of them? They pop up? I don't want to keep it low, so you figure it out. I mean, seriously, I think Willie Anderson sitting here today is crying like a baby to Kay Adams. Listen, I cry to Kay Adams too. I cry in her lap. If she wants to, lets my head, rest on her lap, I cry all day long. Everybody knows what I feel about Kay. But I just think that when you look at the way this voting is, it's all about the quarterback. It's all about the corner or the big stars at their position. And it just so happens Willie Anderson is not a star at his position. Do you get the number?
It doesn't break it down which side is which for tackles. It's hard to figure. I would just be guessing. So.
It's an interesting story. We're still waiting for Foye Oluokun. What's going on with that?
I messaged him a couple of times. I haven't heard from him.
So we might not even have Foye on the show tonight. So
he responded to my message earlier. He was good to go. I don't know what's going on.
Maybe he has a problem with this thing, and maybe he'll just pop in whenever he feels that he has time. Maybe he's at a team meeting.
Yeah,
I don't know. But
while we're waiting, just to talk about the difference between left tackle and right tackle a little bit. Back then, obviously most quarterbacks are right-handed, so you're protecting the blind side of a right-handed quarterback. If a left-handed quarterback, the right tackle has to do the same job that a left tackle would do. So theoretically, they should get paid the same. Now, Carson Palmer was a right-handed quarterback. I don't think he had too many left-handed quarterbacks. So he really was the guy that you kind of look at as the run-blocking tackle opposed to the pass-blocking tackle. His stats, he made All-Pro 4 years in a row in the later part of his career, got hurt, was nominated like 8th for Comeback Player of the Year in his last year of his career. That's not exactly like Hall of Fame. It's close to Hall of Fame. But because he played right tackle, he's saying the movie did him a disservice. People don't want to play on the right side. He made less money during his career, and now he's not in the Hall of Fame simply because of the optics of the movie making it popular. That's kind of ridiculous. I don't really understand that.
Look, if you wanted to be I have it right here because I actually found it. the 12 best right tackles all time. Forrest Gregg, who's in the Hall of Fame. Bob Brown, who is inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2004. Bob St. Clair, who was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1990. Ron Mix, who was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1979. Willie Rofe, which was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2012. Larry Allen, he was a right tackle too, right?
He played guard
No,
mostly.
he played like 1 year at right
He's
tackle.
considered a right tackle. I mean, that's what they're saying right here. He was inducted in 2013. Mike McCormick, he was not inducted. I don't think he was inducted into the Hall of Fame yet. Yeah, he was in 1984. Marvin Powell, who was, I'm still looking if he was inducted into the Hall of Fame. It doesn't say that he was. He wasn't inducted. Marvin Powell was not inducted into the Hall of Fame yet. So there's one right there. George Coons, who was not inducted into the Hall of Fame as well. Russ Washington, who was not inducted into the Hall of Fame as well. So Doug Smith, Lane Johnson. He's another one. He's still playing. He's a right tackle, right?
He should be, but we'll see.
Yeah,
but-
if Rope is the last guy, and that's the only name that I even recognized on that, to be honest with you, that rings out because, 2012, Willie Rope, I remember him playing, being a part of that Drew Brees Saints team a little bit at the end there and before them. That's it. No one's doing it because, again, they don't prioritize, the skill set of someone who has to do as difficult things as a left tackle. And that was the whole point of why they get paid more. You can make the argument today, the way that protections are in the NFL, there's more with the RPOs being added to the NFL, the different types of passing attacks, more different types of slide protections. It's not as reliant on the left tackle to do the blindside type blocking. And that's why I think you're seeing guys like Sewell get paid as much as a left tackle. I think it's the game has changed in a degree where now it's more balanced. And he kind of makes that point in the article to Willie Anderson that the game is different now. Take a look at what Sewell's making, and the reason why he's making that money is because he's doing more in the pass game. He gave up no
He was
sacks.
also a top 10 pick.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. When you look at Penei Sewell, he was a top 10 pick. I mean, was Willie Anderson a top 10 pick? Willie Anderson.
Yeah, but Evan Neal is a top 10 pick
pick.
playing right tackle also. And Evan Neal can't do a single thing that high school guys are supposed to do.
I'm not saying that.
on the
I'm not
field.
comparing him to Evan Neal. But so right now, if you look at the number here, it's 7 guys, 7 right tackles that have made it into the Football Hall of Fame.
Wow.
7 of them. So as far as what I see here, the other guys that I mentioned are not in the Hall of Fame yet. Are they better than Willie Anderson? Let's compare them. I mean, bring up Willie Anderson's numbers. I mean, Speedy, bring up Willie Anderson's numbers right now. Because again, you have to compare your numbers to the guys that are not inducted or are future inductees into the Hall of Fame. So,
and
if
you know the Hall of Fame, it's about rings also. He
Yeah.
has no rings, so that's a big part of it. For AP,
he wasn't a he
ahead.
wasn't a Super Bowl. I think Willie Anderson was in a Super Bowl before. He did play in a Super Bowl.
No, he didn't play in a Super Bowl. He was with the Bengals for 11 years, and then it was 1 year with the Ravens, but they went to the AFC
Okay,
Championship
so
game
what
that
do we
year.
got? What are the numbers?
So he's a 4-time Pro Bowler and a 3-time All-Pro player,
And 3-time All-Pro player.
playing in 13 seasons in the NFL.
All right, so Marvin Powell is a 5-time Pro Bowl player and a 3-time All-Pro player. So I would say Marvin Powell was a better player. All right, I'm looking at it. George Coons was a 7-time Pro Bowl player, a 1-time All-Pro player. So who would you think was better? Coons?
Yeah.
Toss up.
Rofe is inevitably the best one. It seems like 11 times Pro Bowl and 4 times.
Yeah, for sure.
Player. And he was Hall of Fame 1990s and 2000s.
Russ
too.
Washington was a 5-time Pro Bowl player and never an All-Pro player. So maybe he's better than Russ Washington. Doug Smith was a 6-time Pro Bowl player. So I mean, and then there's Lane Johnson, who I believe Lane Johnson's better than he is. A 5-time Pro Bowl player, 2-time All-Pro player, and 1-time Super Bowl champion.
Mix is 8-time Pro Bowl player, but was never an All-Pro.
All right, so right there, we named about 3 or 4 other guys that are probably better than he is, and they're not in the Hall of Fame. So again, I think Willie Anderson needs to wait his turn. Stop blaming people or blaming a movie. I mean, which had nothing to do with his position and what he is as a player. I think it's ridiculous. And anybody hears that, of course it's a story because you got to make fun of Willie Anderson. It is a funny story to make fun of somebody, to blame a movie and blame a falsified movie that had nothing to do with Michael Orr as a whole. And really the only reason why people watched the movie was because of who. So I'm just speaking the truth. It was only because of her. So that's just my opinion over there when it comes to that story. It's a crazy story, but here's another crazy story. Terrell Owens said on the Bubba Dub show that he was ready to make a comeback in 2021 with the Buccaneers, but Tom Brady ignored him. Owens said that he attempted to contact Brady to join Tampa in the playoffs so he could win a ring, but Brady ignored him. He mentioned they needed a replacement wide receiver after Antonio Brown had his outburst in Week 16 against the Jets. At the time, Terrell Owens was 48 years old and played fan-controlled football during 2022 season. The Buccaneers lost to the Rams 30-27 in divisional round in the playoffs last year, leading Brady to announce his retirement and then come back that offseason. Unfortunately, Terrell Owens was 48 years old. Unfortunately, Terrell Owens wasn't liked by a lot of players. Because if Terrell Owens was liked by Tom Brady and other players, including maybe Mike Evans or whoever was on that roster, maybe Terrell Owens was probably brought out of retirement. Terrell Owens is still built like a beast. I mean, if you look at his muscles and you look at the way he runs, he's running with Tyreek Hill, a year ago, and he ran, I think, an average of a 4.4 still. I mean, it's impressive when you see a 48-year-old man who hasn't played football in like 5, 6, 7 years go out there and almost keep up with Tyreek Hill, who's arguably one of the fastest, if not the fastest guy in the NFL. But Terrell Owens over the last, few years, when you hear the stories that he's bankrupt, he has no money, he's trying to play in the CFL or whatever league he was playing in over the last couple of years or trying to get back in football, only says one thing about Terrell Owens. He's now reaching. And Tom Brady knows that, and Tom Brady knew that at the time, and he probably just didn't want to hear anything of it. Would you want to bring a big mouth player in like Terrell Owens that it demands the ball, who wants the ball 24 hours a day or 24/7 when you have players like Mike Evans and the weapons that you have over there? Probably not. And Tom Brady obviously thought that he can do without Antonio Brown because Antonio Brown at that time in that year wasn't the same player he was. So again, you look at Terrell Owens, and I feel bad the way the NFL treated Terrell Owens because I do believe Terrell Owens was a top 3 wide receiver. I think he's better than Randy Moss. Say whatever you want. All you Randy Moss fans out there that believe that Randy Moss was better than Terrell Owens, go look at the numbers. The numbers don't lie to you. Randy Moss never won a championship. Terrell Owens did. I mean, how many times did Terrell Owens play in a Super Bowl? I think it was twice.
He played on the broken ankle or whatever it was.
Yeah,
he
won with San Francisco, I think, with Steve Young.
I think at
and
the
Rice.
end of his career, maybe, but like he was a rookie then.
It doesn't matter. He won a Super Bowl, so I think he won. Did Terrell Owens? I think Terrell Owens was a part of that team. He's a rookie, if I'm not mistaken. He was with Jerry Rice in his final year or 2 years over there with San Francisco. But Terrell Owens played in a Super Bowl before. He was a big part of those Super Bowls or that Super Bowl. So I think that Terrell Owens was not treated as right. Did you get the numbers? Did he play in a Super Bowl?
Do you know? No, he did not. They won the year before he was drafted.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was in. I thought he.
I thought the same way you did. Yeah.
I thought he did win a ring, but nevertheless, he did play in a Super Bowl with the Eagles. He was a big part of that run with the Eagles, even on a broken ankle, whatever he had, a broken leg. So I feel bad for Terrell Owens because Terrell Owens was always disrespected no matter where he went. But the reason why he was disrespected is his antics on and off the field. If you remember what he did with the Cowboys, if you remember what he's done with the Eagles before he became an Eagle, or even remember what he did against the teams that were in his division over the years. So unfortunately, Terrell Owens wasn't liked. He was probably disliked more than Randy Moss was. And that says a lot about who Terrell Owens was on and off the field. Now, could Terrell Owens still play in the league? If he can run a 4.4 and he can still keep up with some of the fastest wide receiver in football, yeah, I think he could still play in the NFL if he can still catch a ball and run routes. Is he going to be as efficient? No. And all it takes is one bad hit, which a lot of players will probably be gunning for him because he is Terrell Owens and he likes to talk. It won't last that long. And I think teams don't want to be responsible for his injuries or a possible opportunity for Terrell Owens to sue the organization or sue the league, which he's done or he's offered to do over the last couple of years because of what the league has done to him when it came to the Hall of Fame. So I think Terrell Owens obviously speaks highly of Tom Brady, and it has. I listened to the interview, but he also believes that it was Tom Brady's fault on why he didn't get a chance to actually win a Super Bowl and win his first ring as an NFL player.
Yeah, you wonder, too, if maybe a different team maybe would have given him that chance. But the Buccaneers just went through that with Antonio Brown. Like the Antonio Brown antics against the Jets, him storming off the field. Then 2 months later, he sues Bruce Arians. He sues the ownership for like misdiagnosing all the injury reports and all that. Maybe they didn't want to have to deal with that kind of drama. And obviously, with the talent that they have there at the wide receiver position, it wasn't the biggest thing they needed at the time. Even losing Antonio Brown, they still drafted Tyler Johnson. They still had Scotty Miller, which a lot of fans love, in addition to obviously Godwin and Evans, who are stars. Those guys, they didn't need that kind of drama and necessarily. And I'm sure Tom Brady didn't want that kind of thing because Tom Brady dealt with it with the Patriots with Antonio Brown when he was there for the 1 month that he was there. Clearly, he liked him enough to bring him back, but still, it wasn't enough to keep him there for the long term when the antics were still there. And it worked for them in 2020. They won the Super Bowl, but they didn't want that kind of thing at 48 years old with Terrell Owens coming over there. Maybe Terrell Owens wasn't ready to tone down all the other stuff that was going to do with it. Do I feel bad for him too? Yeah, he's the second best wide receiver of all time, and he got in on the third ballot when Randy Moss and other guys got in on the first ballot, and you're going to see plenty of other guys get in on the first ballot.
He's always going to be mistreated because of what he did as an NFL player on and off the court, on and off the field. And I say court because he's also a pretty good basketball player as well. Him doing the sit-ups and the push-ups at the end of his driveway, and the media coming to him and saying that he's not doing anything wrong. Meanwhile, he'll throw his quarterback under the bus. He threw Tony Romo under the bus. He threw Donovan McNabb under the bus. He threw, at the end of Steve Young's career, Steve Young under the bus because of the whole Jerry Rice situation. I mean, this is a guy that, obviously had his own thoughts when he was a part of those organizations. No matter how good he was, he always had his own opinion towards the organizations that he played for. Now, even though he had his own thoughts about the Cowboys and what he has said over the years, especially when he was playing for San Francisco or the Eagles and what he was doing on the Star in Dallas, the Dallas Cowboys still brought him in because of his talent and what he could do on the football field. So sometimes owners and coaches look past what they have done in the past because of his talent and what he can do on a football field. As we see in the league, look how many outspoken players are in the NFL right now. And because of what they can do on a football field, you kind of look past that. And that's the thing with the NFL it's all about what you have done for me now and what not have you done for me lately. So it's the opposite. I'm sorry. It's what have you done for me lately, not what have you done for me now or in the past. So it's unfortunate what's going on with what happened to Terrell Owens, when it comes to the money situation, what the NFL treated him as a Hall of Famer, and really when he thought he can come back and make a run again for a Super Bowl, why people or even players or quarterbacks didn't trust him enough to decide to, hey, reach out to the coach and say, listen, we could use a Terrell Owens on this team.
I think that he wasn't to the level of Antonio Brown doing violent things and inappropriate things. He did some dumb things, and he was the most me-first player that was out there during his time out there. And I think that was the biggest issue. He had only, what was he going to do? Going to the Star, doing the popcorn, doing the Sharpie. It was all about him.
Michael Vick was a me player too. Before he figured out after coming back from the dog fighting situation, he was all about me. Because if he wasn't about me, he wouldn't have done the dog fighting thing. He wouldn't have been thrown in jail, and he wouldn't be thinking that he was the biggest superstar in football and he was the next big Super Bowl champion. I remember that. I mean, Michael Vick was that type of player. He stood because he stood for how big he was or how unbig he was because of his talent, his athletic ability. So
You know what, though, with
I would
him-
disagree. I don't think Terrell Owens was the first. I think him, Michael Vick, then I think Randy Moss. I think all three of those guys were all me players at the time. I think Randy Moss really took a step back when he went to the Patriots. When he went to the Patriots and he played for Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, he realized that he wasn't the best player on that team. He was the second best player on that team.
And he still had 23 touchdowns in his first year there and no 7.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he wasn't the
People
star.
loved Michael Vick, though. People forget that he was this like superstar in a way that Allen Iverson was a superstar in the culture at the time. And Terrell Owens never really ingratiated himself the same way to apparently his teammates. And I think that's the difference. People loved Michael Vick. People love playing with and for Michael Vick. Not so much Terrell Owens. Everyone got tired of him, and he had to go. And that's why he bounced around so much. So despite the fact he had all the talent, he was his own worst enemy. But I wouldn't put him in a class of Antonio Brown with the crazy stuff he's done, the violent stuff he's done. I just think Brady probably got so sick of those situations and me first guys, he just didn't want to deal with it. And the long shot was that he'd stay healthy enough to help anyway at his advanced age. But if you go back, you know the story that he was a JUCO guy, and that JUCO team was him on one side and Steve Smith in the slot.
Oh,
They were on the same junior college. That is out of control. I can't even imagine what that must have been like watching those games. That is those two guys also really intense, unique personalities that came into the league.
And very good friends. Both of them are
And
very,
of
very
course.
good friends to this day. Yep. And both of them are Hall of Famers. And Steve Smith, who I loved when he played for Carolina, the speed that he delivered for the Carolina Panthers, and really one of the greatest, I believe. You could put him anywhere on the field. He was down. You could put him in the slot. He was one of the best route runners we've ever seen. Steve Smith really changed the game. Just like Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens was big, strong, and actually was pretty fast for a guy his size. Steve Smith was small. He was small, but very athletic and can run any kind of route. And that was what made him different, because how many times, early in his career, Steve Smith was a slot receiver. They didn't move him to the outside until later in his career. And that was because, obviously the talent that Carolina had when he went there. So I think it was, Steve Smith really developed into the star he was. When Terrell Owens stepped on the field, he played with Jerry Rice. He was automatically considered the next big thing. He was the next superstar. Hence the reason why Terrell Owens, some people believe, was the second or even third greatest wide receiver to ever play the game. So, yeah, I would agree with you, Fish. It would have been fun to watch. I never got a chance to watch him play in JUCO, but I know the story because I remember what Terrell Owens was saying. I mean, if you look at that offense, I mean, that was arguably one of the best JUCO teams you could ever, match up, because it was not. I think they said there was 3 Hall of Famers on that roster, that future NFL Hall of Famers. So it's pretty unique to say that you had 3 future Hall of Famers on one roster in JUCO, and that developed into NFL superstars, and then obviously are Hall of Famers. So it's an interesting story. But I feel, again, going back to Terrell Owens, I feel bad for Terrell Owens because I think he's misunderstood as a player. Yes, he was crazy. Yes, he had his own opinion. How do we know he didn't have any emotional problems? How do we know that he didn't have any sickness? How do we know that he wasn't bipolar? How do we know there was nothing wrong with him? I know that he comes from a family that his grandmother raised him. I think it was his grandmother that raised him. His mother didn't raise him. His father didn't raise him. I think his father ran out on him. He had his grandmother and his aunts raised him, and he was the only man that was brought up in that house. So how would you feel if you were raised by a bunch of women and really have to, you had to go to JUCO before you played in the NFL? I mean, and you had to always, reach for the stars because nobody thought you were good enough. So again, you're arguably one of the greatest wide receivers, and you go out, you reach out to the Buccaneers and Tom Brady and say, I still could play. Bring me in. We're winning a Super Bowl, and you're looked at because you're 48 years old, and you think that they think that you can't play anymore, to be just an anchor for this team to really get over the top. Meanwhile, they get knocked out by a Rams team that eventually goes on to win a Super Bowl.
And they didn't get knocked out because they didn't have enough receivers. They lost that game on defense, not on offense. So it's not like, oh, you could have brought
Terrell Owens was a good blocker too.
No, I know. It's interesting to think. We see a fish. I'm sure you've seen the memes too with like, oh, what's Tom Brady's next challenge going to be now that he's already the GOAT? Like, oh, he's going to go after win a Super Bowl with the Cowboys and stuff like that. Like, yeah, winning a Super Bowl with the 48-year-old Terrell Owens would have been an interesting one. But yeah, you definitely want to deal with that drama.
He's one of my favorite guys to root against in my entire life. It just is. Terrell Owens, the Cowboys teams he was on, I hated those teams. I took so much joy when he cried after the Giants beat him when they won the first Super Bowl on that.
For him, man.
I loved rooting against him. That's my quarterback. That was that's like one of the best sound bites of all time.
That was so theatrical. That was so fun to watch. That was so fun.
That's what I'm saying. It was fun. I loved rooting against him. It was like he was like a cartoon villain almost of just because he was so great. It was undeniable how great he was. It wasn't that he wasn't respected. He was absolutely respected by his guys.
Could you imagine Terrell Owens in the prime of his career playing in the game right now? Could you imagine how good Terrell Owens would be? I mean, you watch Justin Jefferson, who's not even as close to the size of Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens is a pretty big man. I mean,
like DK Metcalf type size.
I think he's 6'3", 6'4", if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure Terrell Owens is about 6'3", 6'4". So you have the number?
I'm pretty sure 6'3". Yeah, I think 212 or something like that.
Justin Jefferson, I think, is 6'2".
Yeah, he's much smaller.
I mean, you have all these other guys. I mean, Randy Moss was tall. Randy Moss was 6'3", 6'4". I mean, these big wide receivers are athletic and that can run these routes the way they did. I mean, they were very unique. And again, you had two of the greatest wide receivers ever to play in the same era together with each other. I mean, even Terrell Owens played with Jerry Rice on the same team.
Yep.
Could you imagine that year that they played together? How great that is. And again, Terrell Owens, his first year, I don't remember his numbers. And I'll look up Terrell Owens, his numbers as a rookie. Terrell Owens' numbers, I'm pretty sure he was close to 1,000 yards his first year on a team that had Jerry Rice and Hall of Famers on that roster. He was unbelievable. His rookie season, his rookie season, he played 16 games. He had 520 yards, 4 touchdowns. It was his second season where 97, where 103 targets, 936, 8 touchdowns. And then after that, it was just like, he just exploded off the page. I mean,
I remember there was some game like Jerry Rice was celebrating some kind of like how many years he played or something. And Owens had 20 catches in the game and Rice was on the field with him. And I believe also that year is when he had that famous touchdown in the playoffs on the last second from Steve Young.
Oh, the Packers
against the Packers. And he kind of just jumped on the scene out of nowhere. I just remember it being out of nowhere because Rice drew all the attention. And it just was like, how do they have both of these guys? But of course, Rice was near the end of his time with them.
Here's an interesting number, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Fish. No, I remember watching the wide receiver show, and Devontae Adams is one of 4 guys to have over 100 catches 4 back-to-back years in a row. Terrell Owens is another one. And he actually did it 6 years in a row. Okay, now let me see. 5 years in a row. Terrell Owens did 100 or more catches in a season. Okay, that's ridiculous. All right, 146, 155, 159, 146, 127. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's pretty amazing what type of player Terrell Owens really was. And by the way, some of those seasons, 13 touchdowns, 16 touchdowns, 13 touchdowns, 9 touchdowns, 14 touchdowns, 13 touchdowns. I mean,
out of control.
It's out of control. I mean, he had 153 touchdowns. Am I wrong that Jerry Rice is the only one that has more touchdowns?
Yeah, 197, I believe.
And they both played for the San Francisco 49ers. They were both drafted by the San Francisco 49ers. It's pretty amazing.
And I would say that Terrell Owens is better than Jerry Rice by any means, but Terrell Owens also did it in years when they had Jeff Garcia as their quarterback.
I think the real argument is really between is Owens or Moss better, because I think Owens did it better for longer, and Moss you could kind of take out of games, and he had that dead time in Oakland where he did nothing when they were obviously terrible. But and Moss didn't run as much of a route tree as Owens. It was. They're very different players, skill set wise, and how they were utilized. I just thought Owens just could do it all. Like the way
All
I
right,
would compare
let me
him
ask you
today
guys
is
a
like
question.
AJ Brown or DK.
Let me
Metcalf
ask you
type
guys a
guy.
question. If Terrell Owens played with Tom Brady in the prime of his career, just like Randy Moss, do you think he has better numbers than Randy Moss?
Probably.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I would think he would.
Because he just had that kind of season with the Eagles. So.
I would think that he would, because his best year with the Eagles was in 2004. He had 14 touchdowns and 1,200 yards. He never broke 1,500 yards. Believe it or not, in all his years, he never broke 1,500 yards. But again, the game was different then. He probably break 1,500 yards back to years if he played in this time of football, because the game is different. The game is more offensively sound
with the schemes now
Yes.
today. Yeah, absolutely.
I think he'd be putting up even better numbers than he had. And it's still, even with that, I don't think even some of these wide receivers are even going to come close to his numbers.
Think about the record-setting year that Cooper Kupp just had, getting almost 2,000 yards. Imagine Terrell Owens at his prime in the Sean McVay offense.
I mean, seriously, 15,934 yards, 153 touchdowns in 219 games. Just think about that. In 219 games, he had over 15,000 yards, almost 16,000. I mean, that's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And go look at how many quarterbacks threw him the ball. Tony Romo, Donovan McNabb, Steve Young. You go up and down some
The
of
two
those.
crappy ones they had after Steve Young in San Francisco.
Jeff Garcia.
Jeff Garcia, all of them. And he, I think even without Donovan McNabb, there was other quarterbacks throwing him the ball that would just have.
I think it was Garcia also.
Kevin Cobb. I mean, there were some bad quarterbacks throwing him the ball, and he still was putting up those numbers. It's really remarkable. He's looked at as a bad guy, and there's not many guys in the past in the NFL that you would look at and say, "Oh, I hate that guy." Terrell Owens is one of those guys. He's just one of those guys. Just
Who
because
would
of
be
his
ahead of
personality.
him? If it's say Moss,
Dominican
is
Sue.
two.
Dominican Sue is another. A lot of people didn't like. Let me see.
Bill Romanowski, I know a lot of people didn't like as a linebacker. He was
Richie
thought of as a dirty
Incognito more
player.
recently. You know, the guard Richie Incognito.
Yeah, and then obviously the more modern examples was like Vontaze Burfict.
He was another one.
Yeah, had hunting the way he
For
did.
sure.
Again, the first couple of years, I like, okay, he's not as bad as the other guys.
Des Bryant. I'm looking at the 40 most hated NFL players of all time. Okay, let's go through this. This is a good take for our short, Speedy, right over here. So the 40 most hated NFL players of all time. You ready? Des Bryant, Rodney Harrison, Marshawn Lynch, Rob Gronkowski, Lawrence Taylor, Jim McMahon, Ricky Williams, Richard Sherman, Keyshawn Johnson, Mark Gastineau, Brian Cox, Odell Beckham Jr., Vontaze Burfict, Hines Ward, Jack Tatum, Cortland Finnegan, Chuck Cecil, Chad Ochocinco, Brett Favre, Jay Cutler, Tim Tebow, Cam Newton, Deion Sanders, Randy Moss, Johnny Manziel, James Harrison, Conrad Dobler, Albert Hainsworth, Michael Irvin, Adam Pac-Man Jones, Ben Roethlisberger, Adrian Peterson, Bill Romanowski, Greg Hardy, Dominican Sue, Ray Lewis, Colin Kaepernick, Tom Brady, Terrell Owens, Michael Vick. Michael Vick is the number one. Really? Michael Vick and Terrell Owens, number one and number two. You could argue. So there you go.
I don't know how you could put them above Greg Hardy. Greg Hardy is one of the worst humans that's played in the NFL.
Tom Brady's third right now.
Remember Hainsworth? Hainsworth was what, stomping on people, trying to like end their careers in the middle of plays.
That was so. That was.
I mean, just think about that.
Hainsworth was
Ray
malicious.
Lewis, I think that when they say hated because of how good they were, or
jealous.
Some of them, like Dominican Sue, he was good, but he should have been a lot better than he was. But of course, he was such a dirty player when he played the Packers.
I know, Jeff. He's not a Hall of Famer like you were trying to push before.
Yeah,
Sue was incredible when he was younger, though. Sue, I used to show football players that I was coaching film of Ndamukong Suh playing defensive tackle when he's in Nebraska. It's some of the craziest highlights you've ever seen in your entire life, just with one arm destroying 3 guys type of stuff. And then in the NFL, like he would do things, and you'd always tell defensive tackles, if they get by the offensive lineman, they got to stay flat down the line and try to make the play. And it's really hard. You usually don't make the play unless they cut it back, but you still have to do it every play. I've never seen anyone better than Suh. Beat the first guy and then stay flat to the line right on the heels of the offensive lineman and shuffle down the line and make the play like off tackle. If you're doing that as a defensive tackle, an inside shade even, you're one of the greatest of all time. And he just didn't keep it up, and he kind of was a crazy person. So he's not a Hall of Famer, but he was.
But it's an interesting argument. Who's the worst of all time? I mean, Adam Pac-Man Jones was bad. Ben Roethlisberger was bad. We all know about the sexual assault allegations that he had, and a lot of teammates couldn't stand him. I mean, Adrian Peterson, what he was doing to his son. I mean, there was a lot with him. Romanowski with the steroids and blaming and pointing fingers at other players in his locker room. And then there's Greg Hardy, what he did to his girlfriend, which was despicable and disgusting. And then Ndamukong Suh stamping on people. Ray Lewis killing somebody. I mean, seriously, killing somebody and brushing it under the rug, and nobody knows what really happened. And he paid off the family to keep himself out of jail. I mean, who knows what happened with Ray Lewis? And I'm not saying Ray Lewis isn't a good guy. He is a good guy. I mean, everything that I've heard and anybody that knows Ray Lewis says he's a good person. But who knows what he did to that particular kid or person when he was out and about at that club that night. His clothes, they got rid of his clothes and everything like that, and nothing was found at that particular time. So, and then Tom Brady, just not because of his personality, just because of how many wins and how dominant he was as an NFL player. That's why he's hated. I mean, seriously, I have to respect Tom Brady because of his enthusiasm and what he brought to the game. You say whatever you want as a Jet fan about Tom Brady, of who he was as a person and what he said about New Yorkers, or what he says about the New York Jets organization, that he would never play for the organization because the organization was just a bunch of crap. And he did say that. Tom Brady was, he was determined to be the greatest player to ever play because of what people looked at him being drafted as a sixth round, 199th pick. Honestly, he wanted to prove everybody wrong. And that says a lot about who he is and his personality. So you can't just hate Tom Brady or just throw him under the bus of what he did as a great player and one of the greatest players to play in any sports or any specific sports that you can name. So
that's why a lot of Patriots, I think, are on the list too. It's not necessarily because of the on-field rivalry.
I mean, Rodney Harrison's an ass.
I mean, yeah, maybe him, but
Rodney Harrison was an ass.
Are we thinking of Gronk in that way, though? I don't know if anyone's thinking of Gronk in that way.
Well, because
I'm surprised at that.
Yeah,
I thought people liked Gronk.
Didn't like Gronkowski because of the way he acted on the field and the way he was dancing and doing all the stupid things on the field that people didn't like. Or Ricky Williams, I don't know how you can hate Ricky Williams. Why? Because he smoked marijuana? Why do you hate him?
Yeah, really.
What did he do wrong? Jim McMahon. There was stories about Jim McMahon that, people said, and some of the Chicago fans weren't big fans of Jim McMahon, but and Lawrence Taylor with his, his addictions and what he did. But Lawrence Taylor is one of the greatest defensive players we have ever seen, if not the greatest. I mean, you can argue him and Reggie White was the greatest. I mean, I know you are a Giant fan, so you're going to say the greatest. Lawrence Taylor says Reggie White was. I've talked to Lawrence Taylor 3 times, and I asked him, who's the greatest defensive player ever to play? He says, it goes Reggie White, then me. That's what he says. Reggie White, then me. And
everyone
if you look
respected Reggie White, that's a guy that everyone was universally loved.
Before Reggie White even stepped on an NFL field, I think he had like 80 sacks.
Yeah, in the CFL.
CFL or something like that.
One of those leagues.
Yeah, one of those leagues. And then he came into the NFL and he had another 130, 140 sacks. I mean, honestly, if those sacks counted in the NFL, he breaks 200 sacks easy.
The year they won the Super Bowl with Favre in the 90s, I think it was actually 96.
Yeah.
And that year that we're talking about, Owens came into the league. I believe it was that defensive line that carried them because of Reggie White. And I believe also they had another, I forget his name, but they had like a 400-pound nose tackle. I just remember him being enormous. And like they just stuffed everything up. And back then, everything was I formation, run the ball downhill. And it was really hard to beat them.
Different game now.
Very
That's why
different.
I think when you look at these players and you're trying to compare and contrast them as people that you want to hate or the greatest player at their position in history, you can't really compare them because they're from different eras, different decades. So, and different rules, different way they play the game now. I mean, if you look at Aaron Donald, people are comparing Aaron Donald's numbers to Lawrence Taylor and Reggie White. And as much as I love Aaron Donald, I don't think he's anywhere close to the player Lawrence Taylor was or Reggie White was. And no offense to Aaron Donald, taking away for all the greatness that we've seen as a player and the triple teams and really where he was drafted and where people considered him coming out of that draft, which was one of the greatest, I believe one of the greatest drafts of the last 30 years. If you look at the people that were drafted that year, it was me and Speedy looked at that draft. It was a fantastic draft. So, and if I'm not mistaken, I think there was like 4 or 5 guys that are Hall of Famers that were drafted in the first and second round. So I don't know. You could pull up that draft. It was
I've got it right here. So that was the Clowney draft. It ironically goes first.
Yep.
And it's like Blake Bortles is third and Sammy Watkins is 4. And it's terrible at the top. And then it goes Khalil Mack, Jake Matthews, Mike Evans. We got Taylor Lewan, Odell Beckham Jr., Aaron Donald. You got other guys that have been on. Zach Martin is in that draft. CJ Mosley. CJ Mosley. Brandon Cooks. Johnny Manziel was in that draft. Ebron.
Go deeper. Go in the second, third, and fourth.
Devontae
Adams is in that draft class. There's a lot. That class has at least 4 or 5 Hall of Famers. It's one of the, I believe in the last 30 years, it's one of the best classes we have seen. And that's, and Zach Martin's a Hall of Famer. Devontae Adams was a Hall of Famer. Aaron Donald's a Hall of Famer. That's 3 right there. If I look at that list, I probably could pick at least 2 more that are going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame in the future. It is pretty amazing when you look at that class, because if you look at this year's class, I'm going to be honest here. If you look at this year's class, I'm interested to see how this class works and where this class is going to be. Only time will tell on how it falls together, but we'll see. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking to Jacksonville Jaguars linebacker. He's back. He's finally in. I know he's been busy. I know he's getting ready for the season. Foye Oluokun here on the Sports Loudmouth.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. As a volunteer, you deliver a hot, nutritious meal and a friendly hello to someone just like your mother, grandfather, or next-door neighbor. These seniors are inspiring people with incredible stories to share, and they love to see you. The smiles you get back are priceless. Delivering with Meals on Wheels is easy, and you don't have to drive like me for it to be quick. You can volunteer your lunch break once a week or just once a month. With 1 in 6 seniors facing hunger and many more living in isolation, your lunch break can make a real difference. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, this is the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I know he's busy, and we really appreciate the time because the football season, preseason is about to start in, a week, 2 weeks? It's really around the corner. I know he's a busy guy, and he's giving us the time, one of the best tacklers in the NFL. We've had him on the show twice. This is the third time he's been on the show. Very excited to have him on. We're now talking to Jacksonville Jaguars linebacker Foye Oluokun. So, Foye, what's up, buddy?
How you guys doing?
We're good, man. And I know you're busy. I know you're getting ready for the season. It's going to be a big season for you. You're going to be 30 this year. It's pretty crazy.
No, I'm about to be 29.
I
actually looked it up. Your birthday is actually like directly a week after mine. We're the same age.
So
I'm July 26, 95.
Oh, so you're going to be 20. All right. So you're 29 years old. All right. So I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't want to add to Rio. You know what? Listen, I'm 42, man. So I'm 13. Well, I'm almost 13 years. I am 13 years old or older than you. So it's crazy. When you were born, I was 13 years old. So it's crazy to think that way. But it's you have a quarterback right now in Trevor Lawrence who just got paid a lot of money. He's the second. Well, he's actually tied for first right now with Joe Burrow as the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. He's averaging now $55 million a year. After this year, he will be getting that money. What are your thoughts to the contract? I'm sure you're gonna be going to Mr. Trevor Lawrence, asking him to take you to dinner quite a few times. I mean, I would. I mean, making that kind of money. What are your thoughts to the contract? Do you believe that Trevor Lawrence deserves all that money that he just got?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're trying to buy him in for the future of the program. Am I like freezing up a little bit? Am I good?
You're lagging a little.
I'm lagging
a little bit, but good. You're good now.
But you're trying to buy him up for the future of the program and everything, and just showing what he's done. Yeah, these clips here showing what he's done, and you see him when he's hot, what he can do, and just the kind of guy that he is. Definitely a guy that you want to build around. So everything that he's done on the field and off the field, and the way people can rally around him, that's kind of what you're paying for. That's the kind of guy you're getting. And then obviously he's just a student of the game, and then just shows that he can even get better than where he's been before. So puts a lot of good throws out there. I think all the stats will show that, like, a lot of times he's throwing a lot of tough balls right on the money. So he just keeps growing as a player, and he's already really good. He can only get better from here.
So you got a new extension this offseason as well, and it's been tricky a lot with these inside linebackers getting paid. A lot of the edge rushers are getting paid. So what are your thoughts to that market, like the linebackers and safeties, maybe not getting as much, and you getting paid in the offseason?
Yeah, it's tough right now for the inside backers. I don't know about the safeties as much, but I was talking with Justin Simmons a little bit this offseason. I was training with him some. It's just a tough market for some defensive guys in general. The receivers taking all their damn money. But some of the outside backers gotten paid some. Obviously, they go get the sacks and stuff. But I think every good defense is going to need some good interior linebackers. So I think our importance can't go stated as much on the field as what the stats will show. But I think every defense is running well is going to have some good off-ball linebackers. So I always think that we're the most important position on the defense, and I just want to keep showing that.
We were just speaking about your new contract. And by the way, it's 4 years, $45 million. I think it's $22.5 million guaranteed. That's a nice chunk of change, my friend. It could change your life. It could change your family's life. What is it like playing in the NFL and working so hard to get those kind of contracts?
I kind of think of it next step, one day at a time mentality. Next, whatever I'm supposed to do this year, I always have a chip on my shoulder, but it's just kind of how I move in the league. I'm never really satisfied about the year I had prior. Definitely not satisfied about last year, not making the playoffs and stuff. I always think there's a way to elevate my game, elevate my team in order to win more games and win the big game eventually. That's kind of what's got me to this point a little bit. Obviously, you always gonna want more. I think I'm just kind of wired that way, kind of just brought up that way. Always want more. Always going to want more until probably the wheels fall off. So, I'm thankful for the Jaguars organization for trusting in me and seeing my value for sure. I have a lot of respect for them, have a lot of respect for my teammates and my coaches. But I'm just always trying to challenge myself to become a better player every year. I step on the field every day. I step on the field. So, the money is, what it is, but I always want to play better, be better. Whatever that equates to in money wise, the agents will handle that. But I just know I could become a better player than I am.
We are talking to Jacksonville Jaguars linebacker Foye Oluokun. You know, it's crazy how the NFL goes. And last year it was just a crazy season. In the last 4 games, you were in first place in your division. It looked like you were just going to ride off to the sunset, and then everything just fell apart. I mean, things started to happen, and CJ Stroud just got hot. I mean, this guy became a superstar right in front of our eyes. This guy had one of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen. What type of player do you believe CJ Stroud is going to be in the future? Do you believe he's going to put up the numbers that he put up in his freshman year?
It's going to be tough too. I'm not saying he can't. You know, just because after teams see you, it's always hard to repeat it. People have done it. I'm not saying he can't do it. I think he's a great quarterback. I think they have a great team. He has great weapons, great O-line. You know, everything's there set up for him. People are going to have a beat on him. I think they won their division, so he's playing the best every division now as the first place team. You know, as a competitor, as a defender, now that I'm seeing him for the 3rd time, you know, and then seeing him the games he plays before that, by the time I see him the third matchup, I want to be playing better than I did against him our 2nd matchup. So I think the whole league kind of wired like that. He'll get everybody's, you know, best shot. People understand his game. People understand their offensive scheme a little bit better. So if he repeats it, you know, he's on a great trajectory. He already started off hot. He repeats that, he's on a great trajectory for sure.
So the talk has been a lot of the 18-game expansion. You know, Joe Burrow had the proposal last week to get the Pro Bowl in the middle of the season with the 2 bye weeks.
He got killed, by the way.
We've heard
absolutely killed.
We've other players like Ryan Kelly, who you've played against with the Colts, who have come out and just bashed the whole thing. What are your thoughts on the 18-game season potential?
I mean, I think the NFL is going to want that 18 games to make money or whatever. It seems like when the owners want to make money, they find out a way to make money. So I would like 2 bye weeks. I don't want that Pro Bowl in the middle of the season because that's still a game for people. And it's not like, you know, football is not like basketball. We can take a whole week off, vacation and you know, go party over there in whatever city the Pro Bowl is in. Like, people going to take it as a bye week. Hopefully it counts as one. But for the people who are in the Pro Bowl, they technically, I guess, don't get as much of a bye week as the other people who do. So I would hate to make the Pro Bowl and still work when I should be like resting my body on the full bye week. I like it at the end of the season how it is, but I would like 2 byes if we have an 18-game season, because I think that regardless, the owners want 18 games. Shit, the owners gonna have 18 games. I can't play 18 games straight though.
You know, you look at the AFC South, and obviously there's some argument who's going to be the best team in that division this year. I mean, the Titans got better this offseason. The Texans got better. They had a wide receiver we all know here in Buffalo or here in New York in Stephon Diggs. So you're adding another piece to that team. The Colts getting Richardson back. They could be a different team. And your team, I mean, some of the acquisitions you've made in the offseason, you're going to be a lot better. When you look at your division right now, where it was one of the worst divisions in football for many, many years, now it's become one of the more interesting divisions coming up and could be a future division that could be one of the best divisions in football. Where do you see this division moving forward in the future?
I think it's the best division of football. Maybe not regarded as of right now, but I think that if somebody was to come, you know, play in our division, they're going to have a lot of tough games. And our records don't match up with necessarily how tough you have to play the team. Like, I think the Colts ended up having a pretty decent, maybe 8-9 or something, maybe 9-8.
9-8, yep.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and then Tennessee, you know, they beat us at the end like that. Like, in order to beat our teams, you got to play them real tough. You got to be on your stuff. So we beat each other up the whole time in our division. So, you know, the records kind of reflect off of that. It's not like some bad team that's going to finish 0-4 in the division. That's automatic win. There's no easy wins. So, you know, we kind of spread our records out pretty evenly there. So it just makes it that much tougher. And it always comes down to those last couple of weeks of the season, just because everybody's in the running. Everybody's pretty tough. So, then talent-wise, now you got all the big names. You know, Tennessee, Houston, us, Colts. Shit, really depends on how everybody plays. If the quarterbacks, like all them quarterbacks in the league, if they're firing, I think we're the best division of football.
So I know you work with a lot of the younger linebackers. You're the captain of the defense. You were mentioning them the last time we had you on the show. And the Jaguars drafted a lot of defensive players in this draft in particular. Have you had any contact with them so far as one of the veteran leaders of this team? And what have they been like if you have?
Yeah, I mean, we had a whole OTAs and stuff, so it's been really cool to see them. A lot of bigger guys up front that we drafted. You know, some DBs in the secondary that I really like. It's been really cool, you know, just to see some younger guys eager and willing to become part of the team. And you know, we got some older guys like Eric came on the team. He's willing to lead and willing to you know tell the rookies that you know they're a big part of what we got going on and stuff. I'm excited to see how they develop. They're going to develop quick. I believe that our coach is pretty. You know, we got new defensive coordinators, very detailed. I feel like, and it's definitely dialed in all the way, and we'll get these guys, everybody on the same page. We all want to play our best, not only for ourselves but for the team, because we know what the task is this year, and I think you know after letting the ball slip a little last year, we're all up for it.
We are talking to Jacksonville Jaguars linebacker Foye Oluokun. You know, Foye, your schedule is very interesting. I mean, in the beginning of the season, your schedule is pretty hard. I mean, you got Miami in week 1. You have the Cleveland Browns, who had the best defense in the NFL last year. The Buffalo Bills, there's a lot of questions about them. And then you have the Houston Texans right there. I mean, that's not an easy schedule. You look at your schedule. And by the way, I'm a big fan of Jacksonville. I root you guys on as long as you're not playing the Jets, which by the way, you are in week 15. So I'm obviously going to root against you.
You could beat him at the end of the season like you did 2 years ago.
By the way, just so you know, ever since we started talking, I actually bought a jersey of yours. I root you on, man. Yeah, I'm a big fan of yours. I want you to succeed. I love the way you play. When you look at the schedule and the way the NFL schedules it, and to me, it's mind-boggling to me how they do this. What do you think when the schedule pops out? How does your team look at the schedule and say, win, loss, win, loss? Do you have something on the board that really sticks out from your coaching staff that you set up the season on wondering where your record is going to be by the end of the season?
I don't. Yeah, I really didn't. I don't know when we play each teams. I'll hear over the time we play XYZ team, but I don't know when we play them in the year. I have heard people say that our schedule is hard to start, but I feel like NFL, your schedule is hard every week. So I'm not trying to be cliche. I really don't look, you know, who we're about to play until like it's time to game plan and stuff. Just because I don't take nobody lightly in this league. I'll never mark nothing down as a win. Definitely don't mark nothing down as a loss. Shit. But I know it takes work to beat every team. So every week you got to put it in. You can't just mark something down as, oh, we should win that game. Like you got to go out there and take it every game.
So one of the other things the NFL has been doing a lot with the streaming services now, we've seen a lot of these holiday games now. They're trying to make it a lot harder. It's scheduling games all over the week and all over the world, really. And obviously, we talked last time you were playing in London a lot, and there were some issues with the turf over there.
That's because of his owner.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts to like all these new schedule changes we're seeing where these guys are playing such short weeks and playing on a lot of these holidays?
As a player, I don't like it. I'm sure as an entertainer, the fans like it maybe. Christmas, I always thought was basketball's holiday, so I don't know why we're playing on Christmas now. But, you know, it's ways for them to get money, which I guess it's going to help the people next contract bargaining agreement or whatever it's called. More TV money, more money to put on the contract. But, you know, as a current player, that shit hurts. So, yeah, I'm happy that people watch us and get to enjoy football again on the holidays, whatever holiday it is. But you know, that Sunday to Thursday turnaround, nobody's gonna be happy about it. But you know, as long as we come out healthy and with the win, shit, I'll be happy about that.
You know, it's so funny. Foye's owner owns AEW. Okay, and it's so funny because I look at it, maybe Foye's second part of his career will be a wrestler. I mean, he's built like a wrestler. I mean, you're in great shape. I mean, I've checked out all different things that you have done in the past, the way you work out, the way you train. It is pretty amazing what you guys do over there. And the workouts that some of these football players do, you know, during the off season and then going into the regular season. I don't know how you guys last 17 game season. It's unbelievable. When you look at the league as a whole and you see all these different athletes get drafted, these defensive linemen that can run a 4.8, 4.7, these offensive linemen that can run 4.7, 4.8, and they're over 300 pounds. What is when you see the athletic ability that some of these players have, what do you see in the future of the NFL and where some of these positions could transition into?
Transition into what? Into different...
Transition into like could you imagine an offensive lineman, right, being that he can run a 4.5 and could be you can use him as a running back? I mean, you could take a defensive lineman, a guy that's 280 pounds and use him as he can run a 4.4 and can be a wide receiver on the outside when you're in the red zone. I mean, it's pretty amazing athletic ability that some of you guys have.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if an offensive lineman was running 4.5, he probably wouldn't be playing offensive line. He probably want more. Depending on the position, on like a guard or a tackle.
Yeah, I mean, what was that? Who was that offensive lineman that ran like four? Was it a 5 or a 4.9 or
Tristan
something?
Wirfs, I think it was.
Tristan Wirfs, or is that something? I mean, that guy ran a 4.9 or 4.8.
That's true. I could see him as like a little H-back, fullback, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I think they did use him in one of the games as like a fullback, running back. I mean,
and then they also used Vita Vea, who's huge, as a fullback as well.
I mean, it's amazing the athletic ability that some of you guys have, and it's just you're only going to get more athletic, and there's more opportunity that some of these coaches could use you in different schemes. I mean, it's pretty amazing for you.
Yeah, it is true. If guys can do more, they'll stick around a little longer for sure. Receiver as a D lineman, I mean, yeah, that works. I mean, if people can do it, I mean, and it's proven to work, I'm sure the coach is going to try it. But it'll be crazy to see somebody really succeed at two different positions. I don't think we've really seen that in a long time at the professional level. Like really succeed at two different positions. Like it's kind of like a lot of pitchers can't hit. Like if somebody's playing D line, focusing on D line, they have to go run a route. Like how many releases they've been working on. I'll probably jamming them at the line of scrimmage or something, trying to throw off his timing or some shit. Everybody's special at something. Like it's hard to be special at a lot in NFL. You might be able to get by like trick plays and stuff, but you're gonna be special at more. I played a lot of positions in high school, so I wish I could go out there and play receiver still, or I wish I could go out there and play corner. But I know my corner days are over. Receiver, we can see about it, but I'm not trying to get jump jammed, but I probably have to throw him out the way or something.
I will say this. You will see a player get drafted next year from Colorado. I've watched a lot of him, and that's Travis Hunter. Corner and wide receiver. I think he could be an NFL corner and successful, and I think he could be an NFL wide receiver. Not because Deion Sanders says it, that's for sure, but what I've seen him play, I mean, the kid has a tremendous ability, and I think he might be the first player we might see as a two-dimensional player in the NFL. That's how amazing it is. I've seen a quarterback. I don't know if you checked out some of these social media, TikTok. There's this kid right now. He's up and coming quarterback. I think he's like 15 or 16 years old. He throws as good with his right as he does with his left.
Wow.
He's ambidextrous.
And have we ever baseball, not football.
Yeah. Have we ever seen a quarterback do that? I mean, seriously. I mean, we see Patrick Mahomes, he'll lob it up with his left hand. I mean, we've seen him do stuff but he can't throw it down the field 50, 60 yards. I mean, this guy, I'm telling you, I'm going to send you, I'll have Speedy send you a video. This kid, I forget his name. This guy throws with his left as good as his right, and he's so accurate with it. It's unbelievable. He's like 15, really 16 years old, man. Up and coming, I think, superstar. I think he's being recruited already at the age when he was at 14, 15 years old.
Oh, is that the 8th grader that was recruited by Alabama?
Yes,
that guy? Okay.
That kid, man.
Yeah, I forget his name, but I heard that story.
I mean, he just had surgery, but I watch his workouts, man. Foye, it's ridiculous. I've never seen a guy throw the ball as good with his left hand as he does with his right. It's amazing.
That's crazy. That'd be really good for like bootlegs and different misdirections and stuff. That'd be good. Play actions and stuff, rolling out. That'd be really crazy.
So this offseason, we've seen a lot of
wide side of the field either. He can throw every out route he wants.
Now he's thinking about it. Now you just got to think about it as a defensive player.
Planning ahead.
How do I defend against a player like this? Like, what am I going to do if we draw him to the right side? He's going to throw to the left. I mean, it's unbelievable what these guys, and that's where we come back to the athletic ability. We watch baseball, we watch hockey, we watch football. You guys, I mean, I watched Justin Jefferson. When I watched him come into the league with Minnesota, I was like, he was traded for Stephon Diggs. I did not think that this kid was going to be better than Stephon Diggs and arguably the best wide receiver in football. Now when you watch, that's a good picture.
That's funny.
Boy, that's your future right there, man.
Yeah.
That's your future. But I've never seen a player of that magnitude do the things that we've seen in the past. So Justin Jefferson is a unique individual. I don't know if you've ever defended against him. What is it like to defend against a player like that?
I think I played in my rookie year. I think I was matched up on like Greg Olsen though that game. So I think Jefferson had a long touchdown, maybe one touchdown that game, but I think we handled them pretty well. It was the year I think Dalvin Cook was hurt or didn't. Oh, that's not against us. Oh yeah, it's not against.
No, that's against your rival.
Yeah,
he's like, oh shit. Yeah.
He's dynamic. I know they run this double post a lot. They probably ran him on a little OBS fake post and then go into the corner here. So he's dynamic though. And Kirk Cousins throwing in the ball, whoever the quarterback was at the time, he's gonna go get it. There's a lot with the after the catch, which is really crazy. A lot of deep ball guys, they can only go deep. They won't make somebody miss and keep running or run hard after the catch and stuff. So, he's a great player for sure.
So we've seen a lot this offseason, a lot of these younger players that have had their issues, that have had issues not only with CTE, but also with heart conditions as well. A lot of them passing away very young too. We just saw Jacoby Jones pass away at 40 years old. So
may rest in peace.
I know you were talking a lot last time we had you on the show about the CTE, but should the NFL do more even with those types of conditions as well, investigating? And what do you think is the best method for that?
If they can, that'd be cool. I like to get all the checkups before I'm out of here. CTE. I think you kind of just understand what comes with the game, though. Obviously, it's a violent game, and I think all of us players, if you're really trying to enjoy the game or play well, I don't think you be worried all the way about your head. I think you kind of got to embrace it and say, I'm kind of crazy, and then hopefully, there are a lot of guys who have played who aren't off the walls, right now. So that's kind of how I look at it. Sometimes you got to pay the price of health for what we're doing here. If this is your talent in life and you chose to do this path, understand what comes with it. Heart, that's tough. I feel like we do a lot of EKG work, I know, before the season starts, but if there's any way to kind of detect what later heart stuff, sure. If there's a safe and effective way to really track out your heartbeats or heart health or whatever, either maybe post football. I don't know how long that insurance lasts as post football, but I feel like get right into that heart health stuff if that's really a upcoming or a heavily occurring thing. Do as many studies on it as possible. But again, I don't think that it should deter people from playing. You got to understand the rewards that you can get from playing, or understand how to maybe effectively lessen the risk of heart damage or whatever the heart damages are while playing.
We are talking to Jacksonville Jaguars linebacker Foye Oluokun. It's interesting because there are a lot of players that have a lot of good personalities in the NFL, and I'm sure you've met a lot of them, and you have some on your own roster. Is there a particular player you look forward to playing every single year that you think is just humorous, funny, energetic? Is there a particular player you love to play every single season if you get a chance to play him?
Play against them?
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of funny guys in the league. If you give me a team, I wish it's you start naming teams oh yeah, him. But just because I play with Arden, that boy I just talked to him today a little bit. He's so funny, and he's a clown out there, brings the energy, but a serious energy too. It's very goofy, but it's very competitive too. So just playing against him and getting him quiet. Like when we beat him and he was quiet after the game, he was still loud after the game. He's always loud. But he wasn't, yelling at our sideline and stuff. That there are some guys who I've played against or maybe played with then against, and they'll be like yelling at the sideline at you and stuff when they're doing well and stuff, like talking as much trash as possible. Those are fun guys too. But I know just playing with Arden, the energy that he brings, and he don't switch up for nobody. So I love it.
So we've seen switching to college football since the last time we had you on the show. There are a lot of new deals with the NIL stuff, and the Power 5 conference is now being paid. Now, you played at Yale in the Ivy League, which as a small school guy like you, maybe you wouldn't have gotten those same benefits, but the Power 5 getting paid, maybe some of these other schools down the road. What are your thoughts to everything going on in college football, the transformation of everything?
It's a two-sided thing with that. I like that the fact that the kids are, getting what they feel like they're worth and know what they bring to the school. School benefits so much off of players of the NCAA, and it's been like that for so long. Like, it's a great product when you have free workers. So I understand, like, you got to compensate the kids more than the stipend, more than the free education. That's, you say free education, but you're trying to dictate what they can and can't do because they're football players or sports players first at these big schools. So I think they need to be, handled a little bit differently than what it used to be. But like now it's just like, I think giving a little bit, kids some immaturity issues maybe because you're paying them like adults, but you're not treating them like adults. So basically giving, kids money to run around the playground. And I think sometimes they're going a little wild with it. Sometimes they're trying to make business ventures before they really know what's going on, before they learn the real value of a dollar, just because, they're getting money, but like the school is still taking care of them. So, they're getting all the first thing they're talking about getting chains and cars, or maybe they'll have a bad investment or something just because they think it's free money. Like it's nothing in their life is free. And maybe even if you're getting it now, like they're kind of learning maybe a little bit of bad attitude just because they think life is so easy. Because they're not true professionals yet. They're like kind of coddled a little bit, now giving them money on top of that. It's like, damn, now when it's trying to be a true professional, like it's a little bit of a life they think they know. And that shit will hit them in the face real quick. Like nobody, when you're out here, like being a real businessman, being a true professional, is kind of a hard world. It's unforgiving a little bit. So it's a two-way street. Like I like the fact that they know they're worth and they're getting the money, but at the same time, like shit, I don't know. Sometimes giving a lot of people money too early, like how many child actors you see just end up as screw ups, fuck ups, just because they get all this money, get a false illusion of what life is, and then it's not really like that. Kind of getting paid a little bit more than you're worth, I feel like. But they deserve it though, because college football is not anything without the athletes, and workers deserve to get paid. But I don't know how you can really regulate how much money to give the kid with NIL.
Just to make sure there's no Georgia players driving your car.
I don't want to joke about it. It's crazy. People love these fans. I mean, and NCAA needs a Toyota sponsorship. Give everybody a free Toyota.
I wouldn't mind a Toyota sponsorship.
Hard to speed in the Camry, man. I'm telling you, it's safe too. Thing only go 120, like shit. It's hard to go.
I could see you, Foye. You driving a Toyota Camry with like 22s.
I got a nice Camry. I got a 4Runner. I'm a Toyota guy though, but shit, that shit gonna run forever. I ain't gotta worry about. Police don't even care if I'm speeding for real. I don't speed that much. I'll be going 80.
That's Foye. That's Foye.
80, 90. I ain't going no 100. Oh man, what? Like a roller coaster going 100. Shit. Is it dangerous?
I could see you in like one of those races. You're racing a Toyota while somebody's racing their Lamborghini. I mean, I'm watching Wide Receivers on Netflix, and I'm watching Dabo Samuel driving a Lamborghini, and I mean, like, man, how much money does this guy have? I mean, serious.
Yeah,
hopefully they're doing a feature on Rasheed Rice.
Yeah, he start bringing up the best. Yeah, I don't even know. I didn't see that video. If he was going fast, I think he just had to get out that car real quick, whatever he had in the car. So it's tough for him. He gotta, grow up a little faster than he has been. So make better decisions. Hopefully he wins. I know he cried. Oh yeah, I do see that video. Damn.
Yeah.
Be better. Just be better for real. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, the game, there's a new rule in the NFL this year, which there's a lot of questions to it. I don't like it. And they're trying to bring in the XFL thing or whatever they're trying to bring in with the kickoff rule. And I think this is going to cause a lot more offense. And you defensive players are going to be dealing with this a lot because these kickoffs are you kick it off. You can't move from the line of scrimmage until he either hits the ground or hits a player. So that means that gives that guy 25, 30 yards before you can even put your hands on him, where, each team could be starting on the other team's 50 or 45. Teams like Kansas City have an advantage like that. Do you like this new kickoff rule?
No, I like the old rule. I mean, I think they're saying it's going to be everything's for entertainment, everything's for the viewers. They say that the most exciting play, I guess maybe statistically in football, is that opening kickoff. So if you're watching that kickoff and you want to see some action, like I forgot what the stat is, but I think there were 0 returns in the Super Bowl or something, and everybody's geared up for that first kickoff just to see it be a touchback or a fair catch now, or them take a knee in the end zone. Like if you can keep that play exciting, it's going to get people in their seats watching the game more, watching the opportunity to score. Maybe give a returner an extra job opportunity or something like that, making the returners important. But there's a lot of guys who earn money on special teams, either blocking or running down the field, making tackles and stuff. Coming up as a special teams guy, I kind of hate that rule change because it kind of takes a play away from that defensive player. Or it makes it harder on us, the defensive player. Supposedly, I haven't seen it live speed yet, except for the XFL. But there's a little bit differences or whatever with who we got back there, the schemes that we can do back there. But just taking that running part of it away, I think it takes a little bit of the football aspect away from football for sure.
So one of our other guests, I forget who it was, a couple of months ago, was saying that it's going to change actually the way that kickoffs are prioritized. They're not going to do as much speed guys, maybe thinking more power runners and maybe like you guys, linebackers, safeties, more than wide receivers and corners.
Yeah, so it's taking special team. Yeah, so it's taking spots away from people. Hopefully we'll add another linebacker to the roster. I like linebackers. But yeah, to me it doesn't make sense putting watching the XFL whenever it seemed like they did any kind of trap scheme. It's basically like a big ass offensive line. So as soon as they pulled somebody or made a trap block, influence block with a kick out, receivers are going to be lost. Like they don't know how to track a puller or fill a gap or anything. So they're just out there running around like they're using speed, keeping leverage just on their inside pad, seeing who's blocking them, beating them inside maybe. Really, there's no reason to have speed down the field. Maybe 1 or 2 players that disrupt something. No reason to be having speed down the field. Everybody's 5 yards away from each other. You're gonna have to defeat a block in 5 yards. So that's not their skill set. So if you have a whole bunch of receivers on the roster, like I don't know what they're doing on the kickoff part. I don't know what they're doing on the special teams. Hopefully they're a good position blocker maybe for kickoff return. But during a kickoff need tackles, I'd probably put some linebackers out there, safeties, DBs maybe.
By the way, we are speaking to Jacksonville Jaguars linebacker Foye Oluokun. I'm sorry, I'm always up and down with your name, your last name. And you made a joke the last time we had. I said, go ahead, say it. Oluokun.
Yeah.
I love it. I love you, Foye. You have a great personality. You had to work for everything that you have, and that's why you're one of those players that you root for. And there are a lot of players in the NFL that when they get drafted, they're just pretty much handed that starting position. You had to work to get where you are, and that's what is pretty amazing about your story. When you look at some of these guys that were drafted this year, and by the way, there were really no defensive players drafted until I think the 14th or 15th pick or something like that. It's amazing how that happened this year. When you look at the young kids that that got drafted this year, if you had a chance to speak to all of them, what would you say to them on being a good professional in the beginning of their career?
The defensive players?
Yes, the defensive players. That if you had a chance to if they were drafted by your team and they were sitting in your linebacker room, your defensive room, what would you tell them to be, how to be a true professional?
I mean, it's easy to be a true professional when you think like, what's the most important thing in your life right now? Some key people got families, so I'll say let your family be the most important. But after that, like, what's feeding your family at the end of the day, or like what's driving you, what's getting, that apartment or house that you live in, like what's gotten you this far, to be in this thing that everybody else technically wants to be, and that's football. So like, what you feed to the game will feed back to you. So like everything that you put in the game, if it's important to you, you're gonna put those hours in to work. You're gonna put those hours in to study. You're gonna eat the right stuff. You're gonna be the best football player you can be, because the more that you feed back, and the more that you do things geared towards making yourself a better football player, the more you can affect, provide for people outside of the game. And it might not always be, the most lucrative, but you stay in the game as long as possible. Like, the more opportunities that are presented to you, the more people that you meet, the more connections you have. Like, this game gives you so much. Technically gave you guys probably an education, um, and it gave you this opportunity to become an NFL player. Just have that symbol on your chest open up so many doors for you. But that's because to get to that point, you gave so much to the game. Now it's the hardest part of the game, like part of your career. You have to give even more, even though people finally touted you as good. Everybody here is probably good or better. So you got to start, finding ways to get above them. That's by giving even more, pour more into the game, so that everybody, not only yourself, everybody around you can benefit. Because if your life is easier, the people that you care about life going to be a little bit easier, and then they're gonna want this and that from you. But shit, if you don't have nothing, and they don't even want nothing. So like, which poison would you rather have? Would you rather have nothing, or would you have something enough to give other people? Now you're gonna have to say no to those people most of the time, either with your time. People gonna want money. People wanna, if you want to be the best you can be, you're gonna have to learn how to say no and keep pouring into the game. Like, don't pour into those people outside, because they're not getting you what you want in life. You getting you what you want in life by pouring into yourself, pouring into what you really want, pouring into what's important. And for me, that's ball. For you guys, might have like family and stuff in first, but then at the end of the day, it's gonna be ball eventually. So yeah, that's probably what I tell them. It's not gonna be easy. Winning is hard. Winning is hard, because as soon as you lose, you're a loser. You can win 18 games. You can win 18 games. 19 games. That one you lose, you're a loser. Shit, unless you win a Super Bowl. So winning's forever. You gotta keep improving and win. Keep winning. Like, you might win 1 year. As soon as you lose, they call you a loser. So how long you want to win? Work for it.
Interesting. Let me tell you something. I could see why you're a captain. I could see why people look up to you. You're pretty straightforward. You don't beat around the bush, and that I respect about you. And I just want to tell you, we really appreciate the time. I know you're getting ready for the season, and I'm looking forward to watching Jacksonville play this year. I do believe you have one of the more interesting divisions in football, and the conference is good. I mean, I expect my Jets to be pretty damn good this year. Hopefully they can stay healthy and Aaron doesn't get hurt in 4 plays.
Until you guys beat them in week 15.
You better not beat him in week 15. But you know what? I no matter what happens, I just wish you all the luck in the world. We'd love to get you on maybe during your break. If you're available to speak, we'd love to hear what you think about where the Jaguars are or where they're heading in the season. And by the way, tell Trevor Lawrence to cut that hair of his, man.
That's his thing, man.
Oh man, I mean, what was that movie? What does he look like? Sunshine? Yeah,
Sunshine.
One of my friends. He looks like Sunshine, man.
He's had that hair since middle school. I feel like I saw a picture of him without it. It's probably better with it.
Yeah, I don't think he would look right without the hair. You're probably right. I mean, I would say, tell him to cut it off so you can wear it as a wig. I mean, that would be cool. You dress up like Trevor Lawrence in Halloween.
That's what people. I think all the quarterbacks did last year. I think they all put on like wigs for Halloween.
Oh, really?
All our quarterbacks. Yeah, they came to Trevor's house as Trevor.
The way Doug Peterson was growing his hair out at the end of the year, it looked like he was trying for it.
Oh yeah, Doug, he has some flow.
I love Doug Peterson, by the way. I love him, and I wish him nothing but the best. And I think he was disrespected after he won the Super Bowl. Nobody even gave him credit. I think he had a lot to do with why they won the Super Bowl with the Eagles and the way they beat the New England Patriots. The game plan that he had against Tom Brady and everything. Even though Tom Brady threw 500 yards in that game, the offensive game plan with Nick Foles was amazing, and that's why the Eagles won. But again, we appreciate the time as always. Keep up the good work, and we'll talk to you soon, buddy.
All right. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Absolutely. Foye Oluokun. I got it right. I got it right. There you go. But fantastic personality, great person. And by the way, great captain. You could see why. And I asked him that question because I want to hear his response. I mean, when you have these young guys come to your team, and the first thing you, as a captain, what are you going to say to them on how to be a true professional? And usually you go to your captains for that. I wanted to hear what Foye was going to say, and I think it was very interesting, and that's crazy because we've asked other people the same question, ex-NFL players, what they would say to some of these rookies, and Foye gave you a pretty good insight of what he is as a captain. So that is an amazing thought, and that was my question to him. That was the last question I wanted to ask him. And by the way, Foye, it wasn't written down. None of the questions we ask you are written down. It's really off the head. And listen, I believe the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to have a very, very good season. I don't expect the Texans to have the season and CJ Stroud to have the season that he had last year, but I did say that I believe CJ Stroud was going to be a good quarterback in this league. So I think that it's always a sophomore year where, even Trevor Lawrence didn't have a very good sophomore year. So I
think it was better than having to play with Urban Meyer the first year. Though.
Well, that's true too. Don't tell that to Foye. You might get him angry.
I think we asked him about Urban Meyer the first time, so we're not going to do it again.
Well, Urban Meyer likes to hang out in his own bar, with a lot of young girls. So good for him. Good for him. I mean, I don't know, good for his wife, but good for him. I want to interview. I would love to interview Urban Meyer. I think he'd be a fun interview. I mean, what would you think he would say to me if I actually said, "Oh, what's the youngest girl you've ever dated?"
I don't know if I want to go down that rabbit hole.
Oh, man. But thank you to Foye Oluokun. He was fantastic. When we come back, they've been waiting. Worldwide West, and it was Chaz. Maybe he'll pop back in.
He'll pop back in.
We will be doing Let's Parlay here on the Sports Loudmouth.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
Sounds like a porno, Speedy. Yes. Give it to me. Yes. Feel like, Speedy, right over here. 631-672-3108. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out all our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I've been all over the place today. It's been hot. It's been disgusting. And I've had a headache all day. It just doesn't want to go away. But, thank you to Foye for joining us. Fantastic interview. And we like to go to different, questions when we get them on the show. And I wanted to go in different spots with this interview. And I think he answered the questions really, really well. And he's a fantastic personality. But these two guys are very interesting. And you guys know them. as Worldwide Wes and Mr. Chaz. What is up, boys?
Can you hear me okay?
We hear you, man. I mean,
going old school podcast. But you know what? It's what I don't know what Wes does. When I come on and the guest is still on, I just log off and go and watch on YouTube because then it's better, you know?
Yeah, Foye is a fantastic personality. Wes, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
So anyway, I was at Goodwill today.
He was at Goodwill. Were you hanging out with
I
Mr.
heard
Honey?
I heard your Goodwill spot. I was there. My son needed a carry-on. He's going back to Hawaii. And so I tried to find him a $10 carry-on, but all they had was one with unicorns, and it was too small. It was actually just a little girl's suitcase, but it would have worked. But it was just too small.
Well,
did you see I survived the fire, Wes?
Yes.
That was actually, it was for a while, it was a scary part because the whole freeway was full of smoke. The choppers were drunk with the water so close that I had to use my windshield wiper.
You used your windshield wipers?
Huh?
You used your windshield wipers?
Yeah, so the helicopter dropping on the fire, stuck in the freeway with a fire is like there. I'm here, there's a concrete wall, so I'm feeling pretty safe. Then the smoke comes, and it literally is like a London fog, but it was smoke. It was fucking nasty.
Wow. Well, I'm happy you're okay. I'm happy you're okay. So that's all that matters.
It was a tense moment. I sent you guys the video. I don't know.
Yeah, I saw the video.
I didn't. I like I said, I've had a headache all day. Actually, early this morning, I actually put myself in a dark room just to try to get this headache to go away. I took a couple of Tylenol. I wouldn't say it was a migraine, but I've been dealing with it all day. But listen, the show must go on, no matter what happens.
Isn't it harder because my son dealt with that? Isn't it harder when it's hot than when in like winter?
I think it's the heat. I think it's been affecting me, and obviously it just affected me more than it usually does today. I don't get migraines, like I said, but it just was a bad day for me, and I got through it. And one of my friends told me, "How are you going to do a show tonight?" I said, "Listen, the show must go on." Even if
I listened to the interview, I thought you did fine. I didn't know. I couldn't tell.
I'm crawling through the show, but I really appreciate you guys joining us. I know you guys are very, very busy, and me and Wes have been working on some of the Bovada stuff that we're going to be doing next week, and StubHub and Fanatic. We're going to be doing so many things. So get ready next week. You have a chance to obviously win some money through Bovada. If you're a betting man or a betting lady or betting, older teen, you have a chance to win some money with us. So definitely stay tuned for that. We will definitely promote what we're going to be doing.
Wes, all right. I mean, they gave you money when I joined, right?
Well, yeah, but at this point, the Worldwide Sports Radio Network is official affiliates and partners of Bovada. So any of the listeners out there, if you click on the link that's right above Petey's head, his top right to the viewers, there's some special introductory promos. And you are officially a partner of the Worldwide Sports Radio Network, and you get some really cool bonuses, 100% matches.
What I'm saying is, if Joe does it, he can get money to get Bill to do it, and Bill gets it too. But Joe gets the money in the middle. What was it, $2.75?
That's exactly it. And if you're gonna,
I got $3.75 on Round Robin some days for $15. I could give 2 out of 3. I get my money back. $275 is a lot. It goes a long way, man.
Yeah.
Well, I will say.
Go
ahead, Wes. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say what I like about them the most is, I've never had any distortion crossing state lines. There's certain like DraftKings, even those daily fantasies. I live in Kansas, but I work in Missouri, and I'm only about a mile from State Line Road. I mean, Kansas City's pretty unique geographically like that. But the tracking and the GPS, they know when I'm in Missouri, and I can't do anything with any of my stuff on DraftKings.
It's so funny. I've been in multiple situations where it was a border, right? You just got to keep going until it turns on, because it might be the river, right? The river is the border, but you go over the river. It's not the first exit. You got to go to the second exit. You pull into the parking lot at the Denny's. You get your bets in. And that's how you do it.
That's exactly it.
In Mexico, when you go to Mexico, if you guys have ever been, they got the spinning wheels, and you just go through and they check your passport. and it's usually fast, but some days it's backed up. It's always backed up coming out, but going in, sometimes you just get in. But when it's backed up and you're running late for kickoff, you got to go to the Jack in the Box, which is 2 blocks from the border, and you can sit in the parking lot. And I sat on the curb, got all my bets in on Bovada.
Yep, that's just it. You don't have to go through any of
Bovada. That was it was, you know what it was? Is my phone didn't work in Mexico. That's what it was.
Well, I will say, I will say this: we're working with Bovada. We're going to be working with Fanatic and StubHub, and we're going to be working with a lot of different organizations moving forward. Wes is a partner in this, so we're going to definitely move forward with this next week. You guys are going to have a chance. You could still click on the Bovada link over the top. We're going to be promoting it throughout every single show and throughout our network. So definitely stay tuned. We're very excited about that. And we're going to be doing more and working with more different sponsors and advertisers in the very near future. So get ready for it, guys. And if you're a betting man, and like I said, betting lady, you have a chance to win or be matched over here with Bovada. And you could bet on anything, the Grammys, anything.
No, and that's the thing. I'm telling you, I'm on Bovada every day. And Wes told me it's the best sports book, and I've been on a lot of sports books. I moved, I lived a lot of places, and I'm old. It just makes for a lot of sports books. And without a doubt, they're the best.
And you got a chance, and you got a chance to win free money and all that other stuff. So guys, definitely hit the link.
Another thing. So you bet, and they give you points, and the points are money, guys. It's amazing. I can't tell you how many times, normally you got to do something to get free play, right, Wes? With these guys, you just bet. If you bet, you get points. And they give you more for horses. So when Wes and I are betting the horses on there, we get really big points. And the points become cash. And it literally, it's not free play, it's cash. And there's so many weekends. I got nothing going on. I'm not depositing, but there's $16 in my account. I just click on it, and now I'm playing with $16. And at $375, you can do an awful lot of damage with $16. I've ended up cashing out for $400 from $16. And what do they call them? Loyalty points, I think.
Yeah, and you move up in levels of accumulation depending on your frequency. But I mean, Chaz, you and I are big into the horses. I bet the horses every day, and the points go up when you bet.
Well, I don't know what the X is. It's got to be 5X or 10X sports, because it's just a mad. I remember I did one of the big days, because you know me, I like to bet on the California site for horses because it's legal and it's so easy. I don't even have to do the middleman with it. But if I got the money in my father, I always do it in Bovada. But I did it that one, so it must have been, I don't know, maybe it was Derby Day. It was Derby Day. I went to the track with X amount. I said, fuck it, the ATM, I got money in Bovada. So I got Canadian football going. I got the Bovada going. Life was good. And I woke up the next day, and it was amazing how much points. I think I had like $16 more in points for betting.
Well, why don't we get into Let's Parlay? As everybody knows, I know Chaz this is the first time Chaz has been on the show for a while. Everybody that knows anything about Let's Parlay on this specific segment, Chaz and obviously Wes will have their 3 top picks of the week for the next couple of days, and you guys got a chance to win money there. They've been almost 76% right over the weekend crunch and Let's Parlay. They've been really dead on with their picks. So you guys got a chance to win some money. All you got to do is listen to this segment, and all you got to do is listen to Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
All right, Wes, you're going to go first. Chaz, you're going to go second. You got your top 3 picks, and then you got your parlay pick. You guys ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Wes, give us your first pick.
Everybody knows I'm all Canada at this point. Right now, we're at 63% CFL. Anybody that tells you they go 63% through the NFL season, I say, show me. And Petey's got it documented. So the first game, we got a double header on Friday night, which is really cool. We got a game at 6 o'clock Central, and then we got another game at, I believe, 9 o'clock Central. Looking at Edmonton, Ottawa, and there's pieces to this. about a year ago, and I even mentioned it last week, about a year ago, Chaz and I would just automatically just bet against Edmonton. They would give it up. They find ways to lose. This is a very different Edmonton team. They are losing games. The last 2 weeks, they've lost at the foot of a kicker. There's just really odd things that are happening to them in the second half of games. Their roster does not resemble a roster that should be losing games with the record they have. I love their wide receiving core with Giddens and Eugene Lewis, and they brought Oakman in this year. You guys remember Sean Oakman, the big monster? I think he went to Oregon. He came from Toronto. So I really like the roster, but this one's plain and simple. I have some commandments and sins of sports betting. And one of my commandments is if you fire your head coach, you find a team that fires their head coach, bet them the very next game. And Edmonton just fired their head coach. They're getting 1 point, and I think Edmonton's going to win this game outright. I think that some of the little mistakes that they make, some of the unfocus that takes place when they have the lead, that's all a reflection of coaching. This is a proud franchise. How bad Edmonton has been is really the equivalent of if New England or the Steelers were to go the next 5 years and just have a losing record. So they just fired their coach. They have a great roster. I love their assistant coach that's taking over in the interim. So I like Edmonton to win outright. I'm going to take the point, but they'll probably win the game.
All right, Chaz, give us your first pick.
Hey, understand the Elking thing. I mean, it was like 7-8 weeks in a row, wasn't it? They just found a way to. I mean, they did shit that you can't even do, and they did it. It was amazing. Yeah. I mean, we'd be texting back and forth, just laughing our asses off because you saw it with your own eyes, like an interception that the guy fumbles and gives back to him, that kind of stuff. My top play this week is actually that game as well, but I am not on Edmonton. I'm on the over. I'm on the over, and the reason I'm on the over is because I do a lot of data. One of the things I'll talk to Wes about this weekend is the plus minus. So what I do is I take the data every week, right? All the stats from whatever, completion percentage, whatever. You name the stats, I got it. But what I used to do is just copy over it, and then I started saving them. And now I compare like week 3 to week 6. So don't be telling me you got 1,700-yard average if you got most of it in the last 2 weeks. That's good. But if you got most of it in the first 2 weeks and you've sucked in the last month, so I'm watching that. But I am on the over in this game. Edmonton is scoring points and giving up the same amount every week for 6 straight weeks. They're equal. But Ottawa is actually scoring more, so I'm looking for an over.
All right, Wes, give us your second pick.
Next game, we're staying in Canada. I'm looking at Saskatchewan against Winnipeg, and I'm taking Saskatchewan. I'm taking the 4 points at home. Winnipeg, it's easy to explain the offensive issues. Their top 2 receivers are injured, Dalton Schoen and Kenny Lawler. They're arguably the top 2 wide receivers, or 2 of the top 10 wide receivers, however you want to title it. These are some of the best receivers in the CFL, and they're injured. They've been really beaten up. But what you cannot explain is how bad this Winnipeg defense is how bad this Winnipeg defense has been. I'm looking at Saskatchewan is number 1 in the league in takeaways, and Winnipeg is dead last in the league in terms of giveaways, meaning they're giving the ball away the most. And I'm looking at Shea Patterson. This game would be very different. I believe that Saskatchewan would be laying points here if Trevor Harris was playing. He's on a six-game injury. But Shea Patterson is coming off a game where he went 17-25. That's not terrible for a quarterback. That's high completion percentage, and he's averaging 11.1 yards per completion in that game. That's in the NFL. That's pretty big stuff. So I am going to take the 4 points, and I'm taking Saskatchewan at Mosaic, and I believe that they're going to beat Winnipeg. I will say, though, with Winnipeg, if you look at their Grey Cup odds right now, they're plus 800. And those of you that have followed me for the last 5 or 6 years in the CFL, anytime Winnipeg is an underdog, you don't walk away from that. You take it. Anytime you get favorable value on Winnipeg, you take it. They typically go into the season favorite to win the Grey Cup and plus 800 right now. That means $100 returns 800 plus your hundy back. So I'm not saying they win the Grey Cup. Right now, I think BC is the best team in the league, and I think that Saskatchewan is pretty close behind them. And I think Montreal is right there too. But plus 800, that's worth putting some lunch money on. That's worth putting 1% of every winning on it just for the value, because they're going to start to get healthy here in a few weeks. But my play right here is plus 4 Saskatchewan.
All right, Mr. Chaz, give us your second.
Hey, Wes, if it was any other team from Winnipeg and they started the way they did, they'd be 16, right?
They would. They would.
And if you're waiting around for Winnipeg to turn it around, you got your ass kicked because they have not covered now in forever. They won't even win it, never mind covering, but they're always giving points. So it's interesting to see that they still think and they're still giving points. But what I'm doing is same game, but I'm doing the over. And I'm doing the over for this main reason. Winnipeg in the last 3 weeks has raised their average points scored per game 5 points. Now, it sucked pretty bad. They didn't have a passing touchdown until week 13. They have 13 weeks. But, yeah, so they're scoring points. The other team scored points, but their defense is the same. They're giving up 25 points a game. They've been giving up 25 every single game. I'm hoping I get more than 50.
All right, Wes, give us your third pick of the night.
Canada again. I'm looking at Toronto against Hamilton. I think Hamilton is the worst team in the league, and it's a shame because Bo Levi Mitchell is second in the league in terms of touchdown passes. He's second in the league in terms of yardage. And the only reason he's second in the league is because in passing yards is because Vernon Adams Jr. through 6 weeks has thrown 2,200 yards. Can you imagine in the NFL if somebody threw 2,200 yards through the first 6 weeks? That's averaging not quite 400 yards a game. So I mean those are pretty big numbers. But I'm going to lay 2.5 points here on Toronto. Toronto's got the better defense. Cameron Dukes has actually shown up and played really well with the Chad Kelly suspension, and I believe we got Chad out this week and 2 more. I think he's back in week 10. But Toronto's defense hasn't changed. But what's been impressive about Dukes is he's had to break in something of a new receiving core, and they're going to beat Hamilton. You bet against Hamilton every week, you're going to become a winner. And it's sad because I do like Bo Levi Mitchell. He's exciting to watch. It's a good season for him. But Hamilton's defense is just horrible.
You got 2.5? My line says 4.5.
You got your third. You got your third pick, Chaz?
I got the same exact play as him, but I got a different number.
So I laid 2.5 on Tuesday.
Yeah, I think I printed this on Tuesday, but I don't know when I bet. I'll have to check. So yeah, I might have 2.5 too. I might have 3.5. But it says here on the paper 4.5. You know what? I like him anyway. 5.5.
The only walkaway number for me on this one would be 8.
8.5 is the magic number.
Chaz, give us your third, man.
That was it. Same thing. Toronto.
Oh, all right. So, all right. Wes, give us your final pick of the night.
I'm all Canada too. I mean, I don't have the shirt on, but I got the flag.
I said I have been forced to pronounce Saskatchewan.
Oh, well, there's a funny story about this shirt, but I'll give you my pick first. So, the last one I'm going to give you a bonus one here. I am going to take Calgary plus 4.5 against BC. I said it right now. I think BC is playing like the best in the league. I think it's BC and probably Montreal right there if it ended today. But I think that BC right now is looking to the bye week, and then coming out of the bye week they get Winnipeg, which is a rivalry for them. Winnipeg has been the bane of their existence the last couple years. We can go back 2 years ago with Nathan Rourke as an MOP, Vernon Adams, and some of these big performances, some of the Lucky Whitehead stuff. So I think that BC is going to have a little bit of a relaxed performance looking to the bye week, and then Winnipeg the following week. So but just on top of it, Calgary is consistent. Calgary is 108 rush yards a game. They're second in the league. They're averaging 5.2 yards a rush, and BC is the second most allowed per rush at 4.6. So I think that the way that Calgary is able to run the ball against everybody, and the way that BC allows rushing yards against everybody, I think that they'll be able to kill some clock a little bit, or at least as much as you can with the CFL, the CFL play clock. But again, Vernon Adams, 2,200 yards in 6 weeks. I mean, that's an impressive stat. But Calgary, coming off a loss, a really close loss, I just like them getting 4.5 points here. And the bonus pick is Calgary first half over 11.5 points. If they're going to win this game, they're going to have to score more than 11.5. And that's a lot easier to do in the CFL when you have a single. You just kick the hell out of the ball and it goes through the end zone. You get 1 point for it. Or you kick it out of the end zone and a team takes a knee for a touchback and you get a point for it. So 11.5 is a weird number, but it's a little bit easier in the CFL. So Calgary plus 4.5. And the bonus is Calgary first half over 11.5.
All right, Chaz, give us your final pick of the night.
Nobody told me I had to have a bonus pick. What am I going to do? Actually, maybe I'll do a Haskell pick. That's this weekend, is it? Right?
A what? Say that again?
Haskell.
I don't know what that is.
Right by New Jersey. It's right by your house.
I think the Haskell is this weekend.
Yeah. So listen, we're on the same game 4 times, right? We have 3 picks that are totally different, and we can still all go 8-0. I like the over here. You mentioned a few stats. One of the stats that jumps out at me is how many yards to rush Calgary. They give up 6 yards every time you run the ball. That means 2. Every time I run twice, I get a first down. That'll make it easy to get points. I got the over. That's it. No bonus play. There's like four or five horses that could win the Haskell, I think. We'll talk Saturday, Wes. Now, one more thing before I go, because, Harold, you did mention I haven't been on this show in a while, but Petey and I have talked Saturday nights on the radio a couple times. You just weren't around.
Yeah, I wasn't. I've been, like I said, I've been running around. It's busy. It's busy time for me during the summer. I'm actually a DJ. Yeah, I DJ all over the tri-state. I do a lot of events, clubs, bars, you name it, weddings, sweet 16s, everything. I'm all over the place, entertaining people besides on the radio. So, I haven't spoken to you. I'm happy that everything's okay, and we'll talk soon, buddy.
Yeah, because that was last week, right? That was that Sunday game, Wes. I had one of those weekends where I had a lot of wins, but I just threw everything to the favorite, the over, and Sunday's target, and I ended up having like $180 of $3.75 round robins to whatever that game in the over was, and it was an easy winner. It was not. I have this. I'm going to go over this here soon. This is my stress number because all wins are not the same. You could have a win, Wes, that doesn't stress you out at all. And I have a win that it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth the freaking money I won, that kind of thing. So I'm working on that for later this year.
Well, Chaz, we love you. We'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Always be captain, guys.
All right, Chaz. Wes, if you want to stay on, we're going to go through a couple of stories. If you want to stay on, we haven't finished, so we're going to bring fish in. We can bring fish in. We got about 3 big stories that we need to get into before we go. At the ACC Media Day.
I'm jumping off.
All right.
Have a good night, fellas.
Well, we'll talk. We'll talk tomorrow, Wes.
For sure. Have a good night. Good to see you, Fish.
See you, man.
Let's parlay with Wes and Chaz. Pretty busy over there. I'll say this, and I just want to I know what's his name again was muffled. Chaz was muffled. It was horrible. We got to figure out what's going on with his mic over there. I didn't even understand anything he was saying. So I'm just letting you know. Anyways, at the ACC Media Day, Dabo Swinney said in the new 12-team college football playoff format will have unintended consequences. He mentioned that the regular season would mean less for the NFL-ready players on teams already eliminated from the playoffs, saying they would opt out of the key games. ESPN's Paul Finebaum said that it was ironic that Dabo is complaining about expansion when Clemson hasn't even been in a college football playoff in 4 years. Finebaum added that Clemson is not going to make the playoffs this year either, and Dabo can enjoy the playoffs from his couch. Clemson is ranked second in the ACC preseason poll, only behind Florida State. You know, Dabo Swinney has had enough of his craziness over the last couple of years, taking shots at the way the NIL deals are coming and how much players are making, and that this shouldn't be going on, that players shouldn't get paid because this portal thing has been affected and is affecting the NCAA. Hey, my question to Dabo Swinney is, why is every time he speaks to the press, he has a complaint? Dabo, you haven't won anything since Trevor Lawrence. And even when you had Trevor Lawrence, you haven't won in over 5 or 6 years. It's been crazy. And Clemson is a shell of what they were over the last 10 to 15 years. Fish, I'll just mute your thing right now because there's something shaking on your side. But I'm going to say this. Dabo Swinney needs to learn how to keep his 2 cents to himself. And the reason why I would say that is Dabo's always thrown himself under the bus. I believe Dabo Swinney didn't get that job from Alabama because of his big mouth. Alabama, everybody thought that Dabo Swinney was going to take over for Nick Saban when Nick Saban was going to step down. He was one of the names that they were interviewing and talking about over the last couple of months before they decided to go elsewhere for the job. Dabo Swinney never was going to get that job. And one of the main reasons why Alabama probably wasn't going to hire him is because of his big mouth. And Dabo, as good of a coach as he is, and he is a good coach. Anybody that thinks that Dabo Swinney isn't a good coach doesn't know college football. He is a good coach. He knows how to recruit players. He's very good at doing that. The problem with Dabo Swinney over the last couple of years is the players that he's been recruiting are not players that are going to get him over the hump. He has not recruited a good quarterback. Since Trevor Lawrence and obviously Deshaun Watson, he has not found a quarterback that was going to take over for this ACC Clemson team. And now the Clemson Bears, Tigers. I'm sorry, I was saying Bears. Clemson Tigers are a team that is expected to have somewhat of a decent season in the ACC, but the ACC is not a very strong conference. Florida State is by far the best team in this conference. But Florida State is rebuilding too. They lost a lot of pieces in the offseason to the draft. They lost their starting quarterback who went to the Jets. They lost their top 2 defensive players that went to
wide receivers.
It went to the Rams. So they're rebuilding too. So the ACC is rebuilding now. It's really going to be the SEC that you're going to be watching again this year. I expect Georgia to be good again this year. Alabama they have a very good recruiting class coming in. And again, I understand why Dabo Swinney is complaining about this 12-team college football playoff. First of all, this format is going to bring in more money. 1. Number 2, it's going to keep people's eyes locked onto the TV for this playoff because you don't know who's going to come out a winner because remember, it's one and done. Once you're out, you're out. This is just like the football playoffs. You have 12 teams that are going to make it. They're all going to be lined up against each other. And the team that could have the best record in the nation could lose in the first round, could go out in the first round and not even play in that championship game. This is what you want to see. You want to see competition. You don't want to see, like Florida State get screwed like they did last year when they were undefeated. They were 13-0 last year. And then they don't even make the final 4 teams. This is a chance that you're going to see if there's 3 undefeated teams, they're going to make the college playoff. If depending on your schedule, how it affects the schedule and where the schedule falls and lies, you're going to see some of these teams that are, that have the hardest schedules have 2 losses and make this final 12-team playoff run. So I think it's going to be fun to watch. I think this is going to be more competition. I think Dabo Swinney knows he's hurt in the butt in many different ways when it comes to money, from the NIL deals to the portal, where he's not getting the players that he wants, or he's losing players in the portal, something that he was not losing over the last couple of years. So I think in the consistent way of the way the college football season is moving towards, I just think he doesn't like change, and I think that's why he's complaining.
I think there's two bad looks for this for Dabo Swinney. One of which I think is for the conference. Like, I think Dabo Swinney's taking shots at the ACC, saying like, "Oh, the only reason we're going to get a team in the playoff at this point, or maybe even two, is because of this expanded playoffs." It makes a really bad look for the conference. This was a program. Clemson and Florida State were rumored about 3 months ago to be potentially new SEC members, and they ended up turning that down. The ACC ended up getting a couple of the other Pac-12 teams, so they ended up being able to stay afloat. But if you want to be able to make that kind of expansion, that's not a good look for that. And also, it's a bad look for a lot of these players that want to end up going there. Yes, they are going to have good recruiting classes, but like you were saying, since Trevor Lawrence, they've had 2 5-star quarterbacks they have not been able to develop. And DJ Uiagalelei, most notably, was a number 1 quarterback recruit. He did well last year at Oregon State, not at Clemson, the 2 years before that. So it's definitely a bad look.
It's just coaching, obviously. Yeah. He's not getting to the players' heads anymore. He's not getting he's not getting enough out of the players. And again, we have to see moving forward where Clemson is going, where the Tigers are going to go in the future. But I do believe the Alabama Crimson Tide was interested at one point in Dabo Swinney, and because of his smart remarks, him and Nick Saban. And Nick Saban walked away because he was so tired of the changes with the NIL deals and the money that these players are making and the uncontrollable thoughts of the portal. He didn't like that, and he didn't like the new changes of the NCAA, so he decided to step down. I do believe Dabo Swinney, first of all, Dabo Swinney is a lot younger than Nick Saban, one. Number two, he hasn't been more accomplished than Nick Saban, so he has a lot more time to try to get to the top again. I just think that Dabo Swinney has really weighed out his welcome over there in Clemson, and I think eventually he's going to get fired and he's going to be looking for a new job, either as a coordinator or looking at another program to try to build again. So,
yeah. And who said Alabama was the only job? He probably could have gotten other offers as well from other Big 12 SEC teams. Maybe the SEC teams are just moving to the Big 12. Oklahoma's had 2 kind of underwhelming years of Brent Venables, who I thought was a good coach, who was his former defensive coordinator, but that still is the case. USC, Lincoln Riley.
It just seems like he's butthurt. Yeah. I just think that right now he can't control his emotions, and he has his own opinion towards everything. And what he's doing is he's throwing himself under the bus, because now these players that might be interested in going into the portal and going to play for Clemson might say, you know what? Nah, I'm not interested in going over there. Right. I'd rather go to Oklahoma, or I'd rather go to Oregon, or I'd like to go to one of these other teams, these other programs that are up and coming, than going to a program that's falling apart.
Right.
So,
and there's other coaching vacancies, especially with this conference expansion that's now going to be available too. Like we were talking about a couple of days ago, like who says Ohio State with Ryan Day or USC with Lincoln Riley. One of those guys don't get the Cowboys job or something like that. Yep. One of them goes to the NFL. All of a sudden, USC is a very desirable spot.
Dabo Swinney was looked at as possibly an up-and-coming NFL coach in the future. Yeah. He was one of those guys that everybody's looking towards, and maybe eventually coaching Deshaun Watson in Houston, in the NFL, or possibly going somewhere else. Now, no NFL team's interested in bringing in Dabo Swinney because his smart-ass remarks and throwing himself under the bus. Instead of keeping to himself, he's got his own opinion towards everything. And this is the problem with coaches right now in college football. They're making a lot of money, and they think that because they're making a lot of money and that they're running these big-time programs, that they can say whatever they want and throw players under the bus and throw their team and their program under the bus, where eventually either the guy that's running the program, the director running the program, is sick and tired of listening to the guy, or the team's just not winning enough, and they're going to decide, you know what, it's as much as we're paying you, as much as we love you, we're going to part ways with you. And I think Dabo Swinney, this is a big year for Dabo Swinney. If he falls apart this year, I wouldn't be surprised if Clemson decides to part ways with him.
Yeah, and we also were talking about, too, like the end of the college football season, obviously with the cheating scandal didn't help, but Jim Harbaugh to the NFL is a possibility. And we were mentioning that Jim Harbaugh had to really change his style of game for what he was coaching in the NFL, to where he had to get better with younger players to trust these NFL players to trust him again, because he was very much a hothead and caused a lot of locker room issues at the end of his 49ers tenure. So he had to really evolve himself. And Dabo Swinney's kind of gone in the opposite direction, where he's evolved for the worse.
Fish, your thoughts?
I think he's kind of lost touch with the players. It's one of those this generation isn't going to connect with them if we have it. I'm sorry, there's like a pretty bad echo right now. I can't really hear it, guys. But the point I was trying to make, Swinney, he's not there in the same way that we would normally have a coach at this age. I'm sorry, I'm completely lost my train of thought. But we had a good point about coaches not connecting with players anymore. And I've seen it at the high school level. I've seen it firsthand when people just don't have the ability to do so. So you get this type of thing where they used to connect. They used to be the rah-rah guy. They used to be the coach that wasn't the X's and O's and scheme guy, but they were able to simply just get people to connect to them. I had a coach that used to just run every sprint with all the players. They used to lift with them. They used to do every rep, sweat every little bit of sweat with them, so that, you know, if he's going through it, then I have to go through it too. Swinney seems like that type of coach. Now, as he got older, the coach I'm talking about, the connection wasn't the same, and he lost a little bit of the X's and O's. And Swinney was more of a defensive guy anyway. And I don't know if he's going to be at the top of the game with all this. And once you start throwing players under the bus, as a coach, that's the last thing you do. You throw your own coaches under the bus before you throw players under the bus, because you're the ones telling them to do this. You're supposed to put them in positions to be successful. That's the entire job. Bill Parcells, when he went to the Hall of Fame, he said in his speech that all a coach can do is put players in the best position to succeed. And if the coach can't do that, he should not be coaching. And if Dabo Swinney thinks he's doing that right now, I got news for him. It's time to hang it up.
Well, I think it is time for him to hang it up, but I think he's going to get fired before he hangs it up. And again, I think Dabo Swinney is going to get another opportunity. If he does get fired or he does step away, he's still fairly young. Dabo still believes that he can coach in college football, maybe become I guess he's a defensive mind, a defensive coach. So
yeah, most of his defensive recruits are still good.
So maybe he's a defensive coordinator. Maybe he goes to the NFL as a defensive coordinator and tries his defensive skills over there in the NFL. I don't know what Dabo is planning to do if he decides to part ways with Clemson. I do know that Alabama was one of those highly profile guys that came from the Crimson Tide. He played for the Crimson Tide, and a lot of people thought he was the next Crimson Tide head coach. He wasn't even in the top 3 guys that with the final interviews that they were going to get, which tells you that the Crimson Tide just don't believe in him anymore. They don't trust that he would be the type of coach that they wanted to bring in to take over their program after what has happened to Clemson over the last couple of years. Clemson hasn't even made the playoffs in 4 years. I mean, that tells you about where his program is heading. And with all these recruits that he's bringing in, top end recruits, and how they just haven't really developed, it only tells you about who he is as a coach and where his coaching is going. So what is Jeff saying over here? 0 chance Dabo gets an NFL job. Yeah, and you're probably right. I would agree with you. But if Dabo gets fired, maybe he goes and takes another job as a defensive coordinator somewhere else, or maybe he gets another head coaching job, because there are going to be head coaching jobs that are going to be available after the season. I just think that if he has another bad one this year, he's going to get fired. There's the way this program has just fallen apart as fast as it has. You have to blame the coach. It is the coach's fault. And he has his own thoughts to what the players are bringing in, and with the deals that these players are getting from, obviously different sponsors and advertisers. So he has his own opinion, and obviously it's not going to work. And what he says, they can't fire Dabo either. We'll see. Nestor Cortes took shots at fans bashing Yankees on social media, saying they want to be us. He added, it was a privilege to wear pinstripes, and we're in contention every season. WFAN's Marc Malusis said that Cortes' comments portrays a bad mindset of the Yankees organization, that they are setting for contention every year. Moose said the goal should be winning, not staying in contention. And that is what has made the Yankees different for contending in baseball all these years. He added that nobody on the 1990s Yankees ever had that mindset during the season, even when they didn't win in the World Series. The Yankees have had a top 5 payroll in baseball every year since trading for Giancarlo Stanton in 2018 and have made 2 ALCS appearances, but no World Series appearances. I think Marc Malusis is right. And I don't know why Nestor Cortes is speaking. Okay. I don't. And Nestor Cortes has not had a good season. As a matter of fact, if you look at what Nestor Cortes's numbers have been over the last 2 years, they're a shell of what they were the 2 years before. Right. And this guy was an all-star 2 years ago. These last 2 years, he's been a shell of himself, maybe because he got married, maybe his just mind is not on the game, or maybe he's just he's pitching too many innings. And remember, he came from the bullpen, and the Yankees made him a starter. It is a privilege to be a Yankee. There's no question that it is. And I know he loves wearing the pinstripes, but the Yankees haven't won anything over the last, what is it? They haven't won since 2009. It's 2024. You do the math here. It's been a long time since the Yankees won a World Series. It's been almost 14 years. So the Yankees are trying to find the right combination, bringing in Juan Soto, making some moves in the offseason, bringing in Marcus Stroman. They thought it was going to bolster up this pitching staff. Their bullpen can't stay healthy. Now, everybody wants to blame Aaron Boone, and it's Aaron Boone's fault. Aaron Boone cannot stand at the plate and swing at every single ball. Aaron Boone can't throw the pitches. Aaron Boone, all he could do is sit there, manage it, and try to figure out the numbers and see if the numbers, fall together on what rotation he's going to bring in and how he's going to set up his rotation, where he's going to set up his lineup. It hasn't worked this year. Well, it has worked in some parts of the season, but over the last couple of weeks, it hasn't. Now, obviously, they're going to blame the manager if this team doesn't get over the hump and this team doesn't get to an ALCS this year. This team is as talented as any team in the American League. There might be one team in the same division that you could say is just as talented or maybe even better, and that's the Baltimore Orioles. But Marc Malusis taking shots at Nestor Cortes. Listen, he's in the media world, and he has his own thoughts about the Yankees and the way the Yankees should be playing. I know Malusis is a Yankee fan, and he has his own thoughts to where the Yankees are and where the Yankees should be. The Yankees should be playing not for settling to be contenders. They should be settling to win championships. This is a team that spent a lot of money over the last couple of years, put a lot of money into certain players, expected to give or offer Juan Soto a lot of money. And Aaron Judge just got a 9-year, $370 million contract for a guy that might have 4 more good years. Yes, he's the captain. He's taken over for Derek Jeter. He's the what? How many captains have the Yankees had? Or 19 or whatever it was. I don't know the number, but he's the new captain of this team. He's the face of the team, and he's one of the faces of baseball. But Nestor Cortes should not be the one speaking. The person that should be speaking is the captain, the guy. Aaron Judge should be the one speaking and saying that everybody wants to be us, or it's a privilege to be a Yankee and wearing the pinstripes. Not a guy that is not pitching very well for the Yankees this year or hasn't pitched well for the Yankees for the last 2 seasons. Now, I'm not taking shots at Nestor Cortes. I'm not throwing him under the bus, but let's be honest. The Yankees pitching staff in the last 5 weeks have been not very good. Marcus Stroman has been the best pitcher for the New York Yankees. And that says a lot about where this rotation has gone. Now, Garrett Cole coming back. The last 2 starts have been better. We'll see what he does in the second half. Carlos Rodon has been a shell of himself since his first 9 starts. He needs to figure things out and needs to figure out things very quickly because with Luis Gil not pitching well and all these other guys that they've been moving around in this rotation, the Yankees pitching staff, for anything and everything that we said about Jonathan Papelbon and what he has said about the Yankees, and the Yankees are going to crash one way or another. So far, Jonathan Papelbon has been very right about the Yankees crashing the way they did in this. And the same thing happened to the Yankees last year. Going into the last 2 weeks before the All-Star break, the Yankees were playing bad baseball. And then going into the second half of the All-Star break, they didn't have enough relief pitching, and the Yankees were crawling into the playoffs. The Yankees cannot do that this year. I think Brian Cashman, the trade deadline's what, a week, 2 weeks away?
12 days.
I think that Brian Cashman's going to have to make major moves, especially with this bullpen, and maybe a starter, right, and maybe another bat if the Yankees plan to make a run in the playoffs. There's too many injuries. Losing Giancarlo Stanton for a significant amount of time has hurt this lineup. You can see ever since John Carlos Stanton being out of this lineup's been a shell of itself. It's crazy to say that John Carlos Stanton was really the guy that was holding this lineup up the way he was. And that's because he was actually healthy. He lost a lot of weight, and he was hitting for power and hitting for somewhat average. I think he was hitting close to 260 before he got hurt. So the Yankees need him back as well. So I don't think Nestor Cortes should be the one speaking, and Nestor Cortes should not be saying that we're playing, it's all about being contenders. No, it's about winning. Okay. The Yankees are not about contending to make the playoffs. The Yankees are about winning in the playoffs, and the Yankees haven't won since 2009. So.
Right. And you look at the distraction, that kind of thing. Like, you're a player, like, you don't need to go out of your way with the fans. Like, I understand the fans maybe are saying these things, whatever, but that's what comes when you're on a team like the Yankees. Like, you're going to get a lot of national attention the same way you're going to get a lot of national hate. Same thing if you were to play for the Dodgers, same thing if you were to play for the Mets, and even other sports too. Like, same thing if you play the Cowboys, you're always going to be hated on if something goes wrong. Now, Marc Malusis, I think, is a little off out there too when he's saying, okay, you don't want the Yankees you want them to win. Yeah, would you rather build a team that's just a fluke that wins once like the Nationals, or rather being sustained success? You want to build still a model to win. And I don't think the Yankees necessarily been settling. Like, if they were settling, they wouldn't have paid Aaron Judge 9 years, $360. If they were settling, they would have traded for Juan Soto. Like, I don't know if they're necessarily settling, but yeah, they do have to do a better job at managing the payroll for over $300 million.
And it shouldn't be Nestor Cortes opening his mouth. That's been the big problem, is the players that shouldn't be opening their mouth are opening their mouths. And the players that should be opening their mouths, the Juan Sotos, the Aaron Judges, they're kind of just sitting back and right. Just enjoying the position that they're in, breaking records. Maybe Aaron Judge breaking his home run record this year, and maybe breaking the RBI record this year. I mean, he's on his way. I mean, I don't know how many home runs he has. He's like 36 home runs. I mean, he's on his way where he could break his home run record this year.
Yeah.
So,
and those kinds of leaders can come in many different ways too. Like, I think Juan Soto's been always more of a quiet leader. Aaron Judge has been out there sometimes, but has been mostly quiet as well, kind of humble, like Derek Jeter was. I think there's a little combination in both. And I think Nestor Cortes is trying to create an unnecessary distraction that they didn't need, like Carlos Rodon last year with the whole blowing the kiss thing, which I think he got a little, maybe too much flack for, but nevertheless, like, it was an unnecessary thing that the Yankees did not need in that particular moment, especially with the offense struggling the way it did last year. And now with the offense struggling the way it has this year, it definitely is not a necessary thing. You just took out a three from the Orioles.
It's struggling right now. It's struggling over the last couple of weeks. I mean, during the first 30, 40 games, the Yankees were the best offensive team in baseball. And they're still, their run differential is still very high. I think it's still over plus 100 or something like that. So they're still, their run differential is still high. They're still scoring at a clip. And they're still one of the better offensive teams in the league, because I think the Yankees are like second or third in baseball.
Right. The Yankees have lost a lot of close games.
Yes. And the problem with the Yankees is really their bullpen. Their bullpen is falling apart, but we expected that this year. And I wouldn't blame Aaron Boone. It's just these guys can't. Who would have thought that Jonathan Loáisiga was going to have elbow problems this year? Nobody. He's out for the season. Who would have thought that some of these guys, the way they were pitching in the bullpen as early as they were, have been falling apart in the bullpen as quick as they have? Nobody. And that's why the Yankees in the second half of the season are going to have to decide what they're doing with Luis Gil. I think you move him to the bullpen. It'll bolster your bullpen up. And then you add a couple of pieces here and a couple of pieces there, because now that Garrett Cole's back, you have Carlos Rodon, Garrett Cole, Marcus Stroman. You're going to have Clark Schmidt back. Right. Maybe you decide to move Clark Schmidt in a longer role in the bullpen. I don't know how Aaron Boone is going to plan this, but Clark Schmidt, before he got hurt, he was actually pitching very, very well for the Yankees. So the Yankees are going to have to decide what they're going to do with Luis Gil moving forward. And Nestor Cortes, he needs to figure things out too, because I think I don't know what his numbers are, but Nestor,
he's actually had a halfway decent season this year. I just traded for my fantasy. He's got almost a strikeout in a game.
He's 4-8, and he has a 3.67 ERA and 110 strikeouts. I mean, that's not a good season.
And 115 innings. It's like a number 3 starter. That's what he is. He's not going to be. He had that one season where he overachieved. He had the one season where he was terrible. This is the midline where he is.
Would you want your number 3 starter to be opening his mouth like this?
Well, I couldn't help but think of the movie Remember the Titans while you were talking about this, and this line that he says, where attitude reflects leadership. And if the leadership is to contend and not to win, that's why your number 3 starter is saying that. That's how I feel about it. I love Boone in some facets, but I don't feel like they have that killer instinct with him in the helm. So if they ever move on from him, it's because of that reason. But
You're going to blame Boone?
I just
for
am
this?
worried
I
about
don't
it.
think it has anything
Well,
to do
as
with
I'm saying,
Joe-
leadership.
Boone's like Joe Torre. Boone's like Joe Torre. What kind of killer instinct does he have? What, holding a bat in a dugout? I mean, what killer
different
instinct did he
generation,
ever have? Yeah, but no, it isn't. I mean, Aaron Boone is the Joe Torre of this age. That's what he is. As a matter of fact, I think we see more enthusiasm from Aaron Boone because he runs out there yelling at the umpires and getting thrown out of the game. I don't think it's not the killer instinct. I think these players, do they have the right killer instinct on this roster? Aaron Judge is calm and collective. Derek Jeter wouldn't speak to people when he lost. He wouldn't speak to people.
Yeah.
I mean, he had nothing good to say. He loved to throw his team under the bus. Aaron Judge would never do that. Aaron Judge would never say we need to play better. Or Derek Jeter said, I need to play better.
I know who I want the Yankees to go get to fix this. We just watched him in the All-Star game throw 103.6 miles an hour and strike out Shohei Ohtani. Mason Miller of the Oakland Athletics. The Oakland Athletics have been a farm system for the Yankees and for everyone for the longest time anyway. Their fans they're being abandoned. Their fans hate them. They're leaving for Vegas eventually. I mean, just give us that guy. We'll give him, a bunch of. We already gave away all the pitching prospects. We can give some other people away.
No,
whatever. Cashman, get it done.
Give him away. Not for a reliever, no. No, they're not going to give away Hampton, but Hampton's their best pitching prospect, and what I've heard is he is definitely untouchable. So they're not moving.
Maybe Gleyber Torres. Maybe you can get rid of Gleyber Torres. I don't know. I have something to be done. I really would love to see a power arm. You know that he loves the flamethrower when we had Chapman throwing gas like that as well. This is the type of guy that Cashman's shown to go get. I think that would be the move. He's already proven that he can strike out the best. So why wouldn't you want to go that? Maybe move down Holmes to that setup role where he's going to be overqualified for it. And then Heel has never pitched this many innings, and he's coming off of Tommy John. So I would be shocked if he's not into not even a long relief role, more of ideally it could be almost like the 96 version of Mariano doing the setup. You have two guys for a sixth and then seventh and eighth, and then you give it to the closer in the ninth and shut it down. That would be wonderful. And then just have some crafty lefty relievers to handle everybody else. That was the formula back in the day for that bullpen. And it was the best bullpen I remember is that 96 to 2000, 2001 bullpen. That's what they did. And that's where I would go.
I think the Yankees are going to be they're going to be very aggressive at the trade deadline. I expect the Yankees to make 2 or 3 moves. I know Brian Cashman doesn't think that this team is going to win a World Series this year with the players that they have right now. I think they need to add some relief pitching, maybe a starter, not a great starter. Maybe Clark Schmidt is that guy. Maybe he says, you know what, when Clark comes back, he'd be that fill-in piece, and then they put Luis Heel in the bullpen to help out the bullpen. So and they need another bat. I think they need another lefty in the bat on this roster. So maybe they go after a lefty or an infielder that they need because they need help in the infield in certain aspects. So I expect the Yankees to make 1, maybe even 2 to 3 moves. So we'll see what happens. Woj reports that the Clippers and the Jazz have agreed to a sign-in trade with Russell Westbrook. The Jazz will waive Westbrook, and he will sign with the Nuggets. Westbrook was reportedly frustrated with the Clippers on not signing Paul George. Westbrook averaged a career low of 11.1 points per game and 4.5 assists per game last season. Westbrook will come off the bench with the Nuggets after they lost Caldwell Pope and Reggie Jackson in free agency. I don't know how this is going to work over there. I think he's a good backup for Murray if Murray gets hurt, but this isn't the same Russell Westbrook. This is also a Russell Westbrook that don't play any defense. So Murray is a great defender at his position. Bringing in a superstar, an ex-superstar player like that demands the ball, that wants the ball, that was a superstar at one point of his career. He's the only player since Oscar Robertson that averaged a triple-double in one season, in a whole season. I think he had the most triple doubles in a season than any player in history, breaking Oscar Robertson's record. So, I mean, Russell Westbrook is a Hall of Famer. There's no question that he is. He was a great player at one point. He hasn't been a great player in 4 years. Russell Westbrook is washed up. He's not the same player. And I know the Nuggets are looking for another piece or another addition to maybe their bench, which their bench has kind of lost some pieces in the offseason. I thought they were going to re-sign Caldwell Pope. Reggie Jackson I knew was going elsewhere, but I thought Caldwell Pope was going to be re-signed by them. I was very surprised when they lost him. So, and Caldwell Pope last year during the playoffs did not play well. As a matter of fact, they didn't get enough off their bench. Now, Russell Westbrook is, again, not a great player like he once was. Averaging 11 points. Is that what you're going to get off the bench from him? And by the way, the reason why they lost against the Timberwolves is they didn't get anything off their bench. And this is a team that the year before was one of the best bench teams in all of basketball. So adding Russell Westbrook, does that make them much better of a team? And who cares if Russell Westbrook was pissed off at the Clippers that they didn't re-sign Paul George? Paul George didn't want to be there. And Paul George wanted more money, and the Clippers didn't want to pay him that money because the guy can't stay healthy. Are you going to blame the Clippers for not paying Paul George, where maybe next year there's another superstar player that becomes available that they could afford, that they could bring into play with Kawhi Leonard, who's overpaid as well? So, I mean, the Clippers are a team that their window was open 2 years ago. Their window has closed, and now they have James Harden, who's another guy that's overpaid. They signed a new 2-year contract, and honestly, is a shell of himself. He's better than Russell Westbrook, but how much better than Russell Westbrook? And what is this team going to be next year with Tyronn Lue is going to be fired next year. Mark my words, he will be fired. Kawhi Leonard will be traded at the trade deadline, and James Harden's going to demand his way out of there. This is a team that's going to be rebuilding again. And again, you're going to see a really, really bad Clipper team for the next 5 to 7 years. They're not winning nothing. I'm sorry. Their window has closed a long, long time ago. And unfortunately, this is an organization that likes to throw money away on players that can't produce in the big game.
Yeah, I literally, I think a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about Paul George. I literally called them the Mets of the NBA, like the richest owner in basketball. And they put all these splash moves. They were trying to steal guys from the Lakers, like the Mets tried to steal guys from the Yankees. And what did it get them? One conference championship appearance in that span. And you're supposed to have, this lethal perimeter defense. And where did it all go? It's falling apart now. And Kawhi Leonard is like the only one left there that's kind of content to stay healthy, if he can stay healthy, which we know what happened with the Olympic team. But Russell Westbrook on the Nuggets, he has to realize if he's going to go there, he's not going to be like, you don't want him shooting the ball at all. Like, yeah, he's coming off the bench. He's going to be like a facilitator. You're right. He's not the defender he once was. And the Nuggets have drafted a lot of shooters in recent years.
A horrible defender.
Yeah.
If you look at his numbers since he's gone to the Clippers, he's one of the worst at his
Right.
position.
Yeah.
So
he does not have the same level of quickness anymore. So you can't expect him to be that kind of thing at this point. So getting him on the contract that he did, it's a chance you're gonna have to take. But Westbrook has to realize that if you're going to sign a team with the Nuggets, you're not gonna get those loose privileges. You're not gonna get all these other players like going on your side automatically, like you got with the Clippers.
you got to be like Kevin Love with him in the Miami Heat.
Great analogy.
Yeah, I think Kevin Love figured out what his style of game was after his career was over. He was going to be a backup player, a bench player that's going to give them at least 7 to 6 rebounds a game and give you about 10 to 11 points if he plays 20 minutes. He's not going to be that 20 and 10 guy he was when he played for the Clippers or wherever he was over the years where he was at the top of his game, or the Cavaliers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he's not the same player. So unfortunately, Russell Westbrook needs to realize that he isn't that player anymore, and he needs to just move forward in his career and hope that he's a good secondary player off the bench for the Nuggets, which they definitely need. That's for sure. They also lost somebody else. Who did they lose again? They lost somebody else, a starter. Didn't they lose somebody?
No, Aaron Gordon, they thought they were going to lose, but they brought him back.
Oh, so I thought he went to the 76ers, Aaron Gordon.
No.
Oh, I'm surprised. All right, so Aaron Gordon is back. So I thought they lost him. But
yeah, it looks like they were going to for a while, but they ended up keeping him after all. But yeah, they lost those two guys off the bench. Drafted enough shooters where I don't think they'll even need that. And that's why I think Russell Westbrook, they cannot be a shooter whatsoever. They can't let his inefficiency ruin games.
The real reason they got him is because they're hamstrung by this second apron. That's why they lost Caldwell Pope. That's why they couldn't go and get anyone. That's why they were lucky to keep Gordon. You know, they had to really make decisions. This new CBA, we're just kind of seeing the repercussions of it now, where teams like Denver, it's going to be harder for them to keep their ancillary pieces together, you know, to really fill out that rotation. So I think that's what's going to happen now in the NBA is, you know, you're going to have a couple of years, unless you have a star player taking a lot less money like we have in New York,
I knew you were going to say
where
that, Jalen Brunson.
I have to, man. It's unbelievable. It happened. It's like a big, like early, like a Christmas in July for us right here as Knicks fans. But you see what's happening on the other end of it. If the Knicks
And by
were
the way,
up
and
against
you
that
bring up
apron, they'd lose these guys.
you bring up Jalen Brunson, and I think a lot of Knicks fans are excited about that, but he did that for Mikal Bridges because Mikal Bridges is going to be looking for an extension. He wants an extension a lot sooner than later because the Knicks could wait for 2 years to extend him, but Mikal Bridges wants to get paid now. And I think Jalen Brunson decided to take that money and sign that 4-year deal. So Mikal gets his contract, and maybe they bring in another piece at the trade deadline that they could bring in to fill in if there's an injury or if there's a player that could really suit them for a playoff run. That's the only reason why Jalen Brunson did that. And Jalen Brunson knows that he is on to another big contract. By the time this contract's over, he'll be 30. He'll still be in the prime of his career, and he'd be expecting another 4-year or 3-year deal where he's going to make closer to $200 million. So still, if you think about it, and you look at what the Knicks gave him, they gave him $110 million. He's going to work out that contract, and now he's getting 156. That's already $256 million that he's made. And then after that contract, at 30 years old, he's going to get another $200 million. Right. So by the time he's done with his career, he's still in his mind knows that he's going to make closer to $400 million. I mean, if you can't live off of $400 million, your family's family can't do that. I don't know who can. So the way Brunson is looking is he's playing for a team that he wants to play for. All his friends are playing on that roster. And he's the guy. He is the guy moving forward. So everything is moving in the right direction for Jalen Brunson. So why wouldn't he take less money to stay where he is?
Yeah, and he's going to create, like you said, Mikal Bridges will probably get a new extension.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think they said the deadline, the initial opening was at the beginning of the season, so he can't do it yet. But like Mikal Bridges is going to take a contract that's very similar to like this first one he signed with the Nets, like maybe a little more than that. Like that's a really
he's going to get a Brunson deal,
right? With the uptick that we're going to see the salary cap, that's going to make a huge difference.
He's going to sign. I think that Mikal Bridges is going to sign a 4-year, $145 million contract. That's what he's going to sign. He'll be happy with that because he's going to make closer to $30 million a year. He'll be happy. He's making what, 27, 25. If he gets between 30 and 35, he's not going to. OG Anunoby is the highest paid player on the New York Knicks. Mm-hmm. He's the highest paid player on the New York Knicks. And it's going to stay that way because of the way Leon Rose is building this. But I think that what the Knicks are doing is going to be the blueprint on winning a championship. Yep. And that's what, if you look at what's going on, the Celtics are doing the same. The Celtics did the same thing, but the Celtics, I believe, paid out their superstars, and now the other secondary players, they're paying just enough to make them happy, like the Porzingises and the Whites. And they're keeping this team structured together. And the only team that's going to give the Knicks a challenge is the Celtics. So expect for the next 2 to 3 years, it's going to be the Knicks and the Celtics in the finals, unless some crazy thing happens where, you know, one of these other teams make a massive trade or something becomes open and available where you're going to see a super team get built again in the Eastern Conference.
Maybe Miami, maybe not Miami, maybe Cleveland gets all their superstars to play like that.
I think the super teams are done.
No, they're done because of the cap restrictions, like Fish was saying. Like, there's too much luxury tax issues now with that, where this new model has prevented them from building.
It's all about the bench now. It's about these secondary players. Right. And I think what the Knicks are doing is they're giving Brunson what he wants. He wants all his pals. They did it all strategically. What did they do? Last year, before the season was over, not this past year, the year before, they made a trade at the trade deadline for Josh Hart. Right. He was surprised. He was shocked. He was excited. Then at the end of the season, Dante DiVincenzo became available because Golden State wasn't going to extend him. The Knicks gave him an extension, gave him a 3 or 4 year deal. They brought Dante DiVincenzo in. And then this offseason, because Mikal Bridges told the Nets he only wants to be traded one place, so the only place they could trade him is the New York Knicks. The Knicks, I believe, just absolutely stole Mikal Bridges from the Brooklyn Nets. For first-round draft picks, for all the Knicks fans that were crying about that, those picks, I'm telling you guys right now, even in the year 2031, will be in the 20s. They're not going to be good picks. The exact way the Knicks fleeced, the Knicks got fleeced with Porzingis, is the way the Knicks fleeced the Brooklyn Nets for Mikal Bridges. I think you can look at that analogy and see what happens, because the Knicks got nothing for Porzingis. Nothing. Even though Dallas didn't win anything.
Yeah, and Dallas screwed the Knicks by tanking last year, too.
Yeah. So I think the Knicks are going to win on this trade one way or another. And I think it makes Jalen Brunson very, very happy, because you could see the smile on his face. And I think that's the reason. That's the main reason why he took less money, is to make Mikal Bridges very, very happy. And that was the point. And now all his three buddies are on a team. You have the Nova Knicks, and the Knicks are going to move forward with this team. And with the Julius Randle, everybody thought they were going to. No, I think the Knicks have more depth than any team in basketball going into the season. I don't think you can argue that right now with the lineup and with their bench now, even without bringing Hartenstein back. When you have guys like Josh Hart and Dante DiVincenzo coming off the bench, you can also rotate OG Anunoby in different positions in many different ways at the 2, the 3. I mean, there's so many things the Knicks could do going into the season. So if you're a Knicks fan, you should be excited, because the Knicks are in position to compete against the top teams. And I'm going to say it again. I think the Knicks are going to win more than I think the Knicks are going to win between 55 and 60 games this year. I think that's
as long as Tom Thibodeau doesn't injure players by wearing them out.
If they stay healthy, 55 to 60 games this year. I don't care what Keith tells me, because the Knicks were close to 50 this year. I think they're going to at least be 5 to 7 more wins. So I could see between 55 and 57 wins.
Yeah.
Knicks got Cameron Payne the other day. You saw that? A minimum deal, campaign.
That's a nice
guy
contract.
that always kills the Knicks. I like that. Getting guys that kill us and just burying them on the bench, and Tibbs never plays them.
Well,
but again, if we need him,
they're going to need him against the 76ers. He's a tough guy. He's tough off the bench, and he's tough on the boards. And that's what the Knicks need, because I don't expect Robinson to stay healthy all season long. He never does. And I don't expect Julius Randle to stay healthy, because he never does. So they need depth. And I think the Knicks realized, and Leon Rose realized, that they needed to build this team in the offseason through depth, so they'd be ready for the playoffs, which, by the way, they lacked depth in the playoffs, and they realized that very, very quickly. So I think Bridges, and what James is saying, Bridges and Brunson going to be fire. And I do believe that too. And and by the way, Bridges is going to be the number 3. Okay. He's not even the number 2. It's going to be Brunson. He might even be 4. It's going to be Brunson.
On the game plan, yeah.
It's going to be Brunson, Randall, probably OG, then Mikal Bridges, or it could be switched. Yeah. I mean, you have a bunch of guys, and you have so much depth. It's hard to say that the Knicks, besides the Celtics and me, the Celtics and the Knicks probably have the best starting 5, I believe, in the NBA. And just because of the depth that the Knicks are bringing to the table with the rotation that they can start with. So it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm intrigued to see how this Knicks team is going to be in the starting of the season, and how Thibodeau is going to build these rotations and make these rotations work. The final subject I want to get into is Conor McGregor. And then we can go. Conor McGregor wants to pursue the bare knuckle fighting after his UFC contract expires. First of all, when is he going to get into an octagon again? Okay. He was supposed to fight a month ago, and he backed out. Okay. I'm just speaking the truth. He backed out. He's a peewee. All right. Conor McGregor for years, and he's been blaming Dana White, and I will blame Dana White for a lot of things. And I know he wants to promote Conor McGregor as the biggest superstar in UFC history. He's not. Okay. The biggest superstar in UFC history is Anderson Silva. The second, John Jones. The third, Conor McGregor or GSP. I mean, honestly, I would put GSP there too. Conor McGregor has been a big superstar for the Irish. And I know he's made more money than anybody in the octagon, maybe because of his deals, his business deals. I have to give him a lot of credit. He knows how to market himself. He's very good at doing that. He's like Floyd Mayweather when it comes to boxing, and that's why they fought against one another. This guy in a bare knuckles fight, it's going to be brutal. This guy is going to get knocked the F out. There is no way this guy is going to survive against any of the fighters. First of all, I don't even know if there's even classes in bare knuckles. Okay. And this guy, Mike Perry, this guy is a beast of a man. I mean, this guy knocks people out like it's nothing. If you put him against Perry, now in the UFC and in mixed martial arts, Conor McGregor in the prime of his career probably beats Perry. In a bare knuckles fight right now, Perry would kick the living daylights out of this guy. This guy is not the same fighter he once was. Ever since Poirier has beaten him, not once, but twice, he's been a shell of himself. Since Jose Aldo, okay? Since he beat Jose Aldo, he has not been the top fighter he once was, okay? That's the truth. When Nate Diaz tapped him out, and then he fought Nate Diaz twice after that. I mean, a fight after that. I mean, he didn't fight the two fights after that against Nate Diaz. Honestly, he shouldn't have even won. And the UFC's been protecting Conor McGregor for years. Conor McGregor is not the same fighter he once was. People got to stop saying that he is. The fact that he wants to get into the bare knuckle fighting, the only reason why is because he wants to put more money into his pockets. He's done, guys. Put a cork in him. Put a fork in him. Put a what do they call it? A butt plug in him. He's done. He is done. Keep pounding out babies out of your freaking girlfriend. Get married and call it quits, Conor. It's over. It is over. Stop with this. Stop. I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm done with this. The bare knuckles. You can't even get into the octagon anymore. You're a chicken shit. That's what you are. You're a scared little punk who won't even get into a ring against guys that you could have beaten 10 years ago. You're not the same fighter you once was. You haven't been in the last 5 years, and you've been ducking and weaving fighters just like Floyd Mayweather did at the end of his career. You're a chicken, and you'll always be that. So stop with this bare knuckle crap. It's never going to happen. And if you do get into the bare knuckle ring, whoever you fight is going to knock you the F out. You're not the fighter you once was. And you were a good stand-up fighter. Were. You see the word? Were a good stand-up fighter. You're no longer that anymore. You put on weight. You're an actor, man. You're a movie star. Stay in the movies. Try to do Roadhouse 2, whatever the hell the next movie you're going to do. I mean, you were a terrible bad guy in that movie, by the way. I laughed every single time you were actually on the movie screen. I mean, you're not the same person you once were. And by the way, nobody fears you anymore. Nobody fears you. As a matter of fact, Jose Aldo, who retired, came back. That's how much you haven't made him fear himself to come back to the octagon and fight again. So that says one thing about who he is and what he's all about and what you are and what you're all about. And that is you're a chicken and you've been hiding and ducking and weaving fighters because you're not the same fighter you were. You're scared. And that's all I'm going to say about it.
Are you going to be a bare knuckle fighter just to knock him out?
No, I'm not even. First of all, he would never fight me because I'm twice the size he is. Okay. And he's a chicken. That's all I'm going to say. And if he has a problem with what I have to say when this becomes a short in the very near future, anybody that has a problem with what I have to say about Conor McGregor, you can kiss my ass too. You could put that on the short too. I don't care. Conor McGregor is not the same fighter. It's done. His career is over. But just stop. Dana, send him to rest, okay? He's a vampire. That's what he is. Let him suck the blood out of everybody else. Stop sucking the blood out of everybody that knows a little bit about mixed martial arts. It's done. It's over. Stop with these Irish people saying Conor's the best. I can't wait till Conor comes back. Stop. Stop it. It's over. It's over for you guys. That's all I'm going to say.
How many years till he's fighting Jake Paul?
I mean, that would be a big moneymaker for him and Jake Paul.
That's the type of things he's going to do. You know, he's going to be an exhibition fighter. You know,
oh, he says he's going to fight. He says he wants to fight at least 4 more fights in the octagon. That's what he says.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm going to tell you this right now. He hasn't fought in how many years? 3, 4 years. I mean, him and John Jones, and I love John. John Jones, that fight when he won the heavyweight championship, that was paid off. I mean, he didn't even lock that rear naked chokehold. I mean, that guillotine neck lock on the opposing fighter. He did not. All right. I told people that was paid off. John Jones, and I love John. John's the greatest mixed martial artist, UFC fighter of all time. I'm going to give him all the credit in the world. He's that good of a fighter. He should be undefeated. The only reason why he had that loss is the disqualification. John Jones is the greatest fighter ever fight in the octagon. To me, that fight was paid off. And he's probably never going to fight again because he was supposed to fight recently. And obviously, there was a situation. I forget who he was supposed to fight, but he got hurt. And I don't think that fight's ever going to happen. So that's it. That's all I'm going to say about that. I think Conor McGregor is a bitch. That's what I'm going to say. And I'll think that just like Floyd Mayweather's a little bitch too. He ducked and weaved Manny Pacquiao for over 10 years when he was at the prime of his career because he knew he wasn't going to win. And then he fought Manny Pacquiao when he had a tear in his rotator cuff, and Manny was not going to back out of the fight because then Floyd Mayweather would have said he was a peewee or whatever he was going to say. So if Manny Pacquiao was 100% healthy in that fight, he would have knocked him the hell out. And I believe that. I cold-heartedly believe that. So as good as Floyd Mayweather was as a defensive fighter, I think Floyd Mayweather is the greatest defensive boxer I've ever seen. But if you look at his last 10 fights, he fought guys that were washed up. And that's all I'm going to say about that. And by the way, eat your heart out, Stephen A. Smith, because I said that to you too. So, Stephen, you couldn't even tell me 5 out of the 10 fighters he fought at the end of his career. So that tells me a lot on how much you know about Floyd Mayweather. So, and that's your best friend. That's your buddy. Just so on. No, I'm just saying, anyways. We're not going to do Speedy After Dark tonight because I'm tired. I've been dealing with enough today. I've been dealing with this headache that doesn't want to go away. But I got through the show. I got to say, 4 hours through the show. So I don't know how I did that. And for all the fans out there, it's not easy to speak on a mic for 4 hours with a bad migraine headache and the heat wave that I've been dealing with all day. So I did this for you guys, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. And I got through it. I don't know how I did, because I didn't even tell you, Fish. I didn't tell you before the show what I've been dealing with. Speedy, I didn't even tell you what I've been dealing with all day, because I don't want anybody to think that I'm going to, I'm not going to give 110%. But I'm going to let you guys know at the end of the show that I've been dealing with this all day. And, my breathing, too, has been kind of off all day today, too. So, but I got through the show. And I want to thank all the fans. I want to thank you, Fish, for doing what you're doing, all the work that you put into the show. And you're fantastic. Speedy, you're always fantastic. Thank you. Thank you to Wes for becoming a partner, and he's going to help us move forward with all the advertisers and sponsors that we're going to be working with. He's a big part of moving forward with that. Thank you to our only guest, Foye Oluokun, for joining us. He was fantastic. Great interview from him. Getting through that interview was very, very hard for me as well. So, and thank you to all the fans, everybody that tunes in, listens to us. Thank you. We really appreciate all you guys. Please go to Bovada, sign up. Where's our link up there? Is it up there?
No, I gotta find it again.
Put the link up. Speedy will be putting the link up for you guys. Guys, we will match every single dollar that you put in. If you sign with our link, okay? If you're a betting man or woman, you have a chance to win a lot of money. You can bet on our Let's Parlay picks. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm willing to bet 3 out of the 4 picks, or even 4 out of the 5, because he gave you an extra one in Wes, where you're going to win a lot of money if you invest some money into it. So you can get free money. If you put $100, we will match you $100. So yeah, if you have a chance to go and sign up, if you're a betting man or woman, go check out Bovada and go hit our link, and you get a chance to, get some money and win some money. Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back on Tuesday. Yes, Scoops will be back. Yes, we'll have a new and improved, presentation of some of the different stuff that we're going to be promoting and sponsoring. We're going to have some merch in the very near future and many different sponsors. So it's definitely stay tuned. Again, I really appreciate all the fans tuning in, and we'll be back next week. Good night, everybody.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.